Judge Newber, there was a motion about it, I think before we have last night, that in fact, the state second witness, I don't know if Your Honor wants to address with this, in addition to the state second witness. Or you want to do it after the first witness, can be fairly short.
Tell me what the issue is now.
So the state on Friday afternoon after Mr. Class's deposition filed for the second motion in the meeting. Does Your Honor have a copy of that?
I had a motion limited filed by the state. I don't know which one we're talking about. I've read it. It's
I think I'll list to Your Honor's J.A. on Friday, item state second.
yes, that's right.
That's what you're, so there are three motions. The first one is regarding the defendant's essentially self-serving hearsay statements. During the deposition of Mr. Glass, counsel asked Mr. Glass whether or not the defendant had ever admitted fault, essentially in the incident. So that would be a self-serving statement that the state would seek to exclude, in addition to any other self-serving statements during prosecution. Yes, that was that's point one. Second, prior bad acts. As to the witness, Mr. Glass, any prior arrest that is not resulting in any convictions. In addition to, counsel brought up a alleged shooting incident that was denied by the witness, and there was also allegations of him being, just generally involved in that act. So we moved to exclude any of those. He does have 2 prior felony convictions, so those would be what counsel's testimony should be limited to. And finally, the drug use, which I cited to Edwards versus State, which is 538 Southern 2nd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 1989, regarding when counsel can inquire from the witness whether or not he utilized drugs. The witnesses admitted and did admit in deposition that he did smoke weed on the date of the incident. But however, counsel did inquire as to his general drug use, and so the state would seek to exclude any general drug use that's not related to either the date of the incident or, according to Edwards versus State, any other testimony that would affect his ability to recall events. And those are the state's 3 motion elements.
Well, it's one motion only, but 3 paragraphs.
Yes, 3 paragraphs, yes.
Thank you. That's what you heard.
Morning.
Morning.
As to, I'm trying to recall, as to the issue of drug use, I'm not thinking that it's our intention to date his drug use back to birth. However, we know that one of the lasting and long-term effects of chronic marijuana usage is affects one's memory. So the fact that I think when he was asked, do you smoke marijuana? His answer was yes. And how often? The answer was whenever I can. I'm not sure that we should be limited to the day in question, because the impact of such chronic use, whenever he can get his hands on it, impacts his ability to recall that. With respect to his prior bad acts, there are 2 felonies which are clearly RMPs. And beyond that, however, he was charged. This is a witness who made himself deliberately unavailable to the parties for years. He then gets charged in May of this year with a crime, and then watches the proceedings on television and has suddenly made himself available. That goes to bias, his intent.
I don't think the state was suggesting that you couldn't ask questions about whatever current charge you have. Are you suggesting that?
No, Judge, I didn't address that, because he can ask about the charges, about the maximum minimum penalties, and I would agree that he could ask whether or not he's been heard in favor in exchange for his testimony as it relates to that.
With regard to the current charge.
Correct.
And well, if the state's position is we can't impeach him with anything beyond the current charges and his felony, we agree. I can't remember what the first point was.
So, self-serving hearsay statements of your client?
First of all, it's not a statement. A statement are utterances. The question that was put to the defense, to the witness, was whether or not Mr. Demons ever admitted involvement in the activity. The answer is no. There was a time during which the witness indicates that he was inquiring of various people what may have happened. And him saying that Mr. Demons never admitted involvement in the offense is not him uttering a hearsay statement. It's him denying the existence of any statement, hearsay or otherwise. So I don't think there's a hearsay exclusion to the failure to admit involvement in the offense. So I don't think that that question ought to be put if in fact we decide to put it to the witness.
Thank you. Well, regarding the first issue about the witness's alleged testimony that the defendant, Mr. Demons, didn't admit to him that he was involved in it. That's not something the witness observed or anything. That's in essence, an exculpatory statement. I agree with the state. You can't do that. Granted, regarding the prior bad acts, the impeachment, we're all on the same page. You can ask about whatever the pending charge is. You can talk about that in prior two felons. But as to other uncharged offenses that may happen along the way, those are not, can't inquire as to those. As far as the drug use, if he's using marijuana, cannabis at the time, that's all fair game. I don't see any issue with that. And if he uses it frequently, I don't see any issue with that either. I don't know that that's the type of, it may have been one time the type of drug use that was concerned, but it's stayed in your system for a while, has effects on you. I think all that's fair game. I don't have any issue with it. And I understand Edwards talks about when you're under the influence of something, but if it's over a period of time, I mean, I've heard from various experts how long it stays in the system, how long it can do it, so it can be for a period of time.
Okay, and just to clarify, how much ruling period of time meaning from the date of incident to current date, or even predating the date of incident?
Counsel, to me, it's fair game. They can go into it.
Okay, I just wanted to
I'll have
clarify.
an issue with it. All right.
And the defense did file a motion to exclude Trevion Glass from testifying at all. I don't know if they want to or your Honor wants to address it at this time.
We can address it at this time.
Sure, go ahead.
Did you have a chance to read my motion and the case law this morning?
I did.
All right.
Thank you.
So it's basic, as I stated in my motion. After 4 years, we're finally able to depose Mr. Trevion Glass. Interesting enough, as I set forth in my motion, and I attached the pages of his transcript, he states that it wasn't until he started watching YouTube, because this case was live streaming, and hearing his name repeated everywhere, that he decided to call up the prosecution. As I further stated in the deposition, specifically questions were asked about his independent recollection of this incident, and he clearly states, let me go to it. I wasn't aware who got into what seat that day, but from me watching what's going on, yeah, I know now. Yeah. Mr. Howard then clarified that. Watching what's going on, do you mean the trial proceedings? He said, correct. Looking at this rule of sequestration, and we know it here as the rule dates back to biblical times. And going back into there, it's been well established that we need these protections of this rule of sequestration to prevent witnesses tailoring their testimony to match the testimony of the previous witnesses. And that's exactly what we have here. 2023, In the Bible, they didn't have a TV live streaming into the courtroom. So most of our rules, when we were dealing with it, are saying, you cannot sit in this gallery and then come up on this stand and testify. But if he's sitting there watching from that TV, from the comfort of his home, there is no difference from him sitting here in this gallery and then getting up there and testifying. That is the crux of this rule, and that is exactly what it is meant to prevent. Sequestration of witnesses is one of the oldest and most time-honored rules in the court system. It's to ensure that we have effective truth-seeking. And we won't have effective truth-seeking if he's allowed to sit here, watch everybody testify, and get up there and then tailor his testimony to the last 3 weeks of evidence and other witnesses who have testified. I've provided the case law. I think the law is clear. Reading into that case law, because this rule of sequestration, we do have a sister rule in the federal court system, 615. And they've actually gone on a little bit further with their cases to give us examples of out-of-courtroom communications that are not allowed. And they give us examples of witnesses sitting outside of the courtroom talking about what they testified with another witness who's going to testify. They talk about giving witnesses the transcripts of other witnesses and preventing them from testifying. In this case, again, he watched the entire trial. We don't even have to guess about this because he tells us in his own deposition that he's been watching this trial, that he's heard his name in this trial, and that's why he's decided after 4 years to come and testify. He must be excluded to guarantee my client a right to fair trial.
Thank you. What's that state?
And exclusion of a witness is the harshest sanction that this court can impose. The state acknowledges there was a violation of the rules of sequestration. The witness indicated so in deposition. However, counsel's representation that he watched the entire trial is fully inaccurate. That's not what his testimony was. So the court must determine whether or not it was an intentional violation, whether it was inadvertent, or whether it was any bad faith on part of the witness or the state here in particular. The state would proffer that it was an inadvertent violation. It was unintentional on part of the state. As your honor is well aware, it's been documented that Mr. Glass has not been cooperative with the state. We tried to subpoena him pre-trial. In fact, the first time the state spoke with Mr. Glass was after his current arrest, which I believe was in June of 2023. The state contacted the witness for the first time and was able to speak with him after we had already began trial testimony. The witness indicated to me that he would not be here, he would not come, and he would not cooperate with the state's subpoena. He did corroborate that in his deposition, that he did in fact inform me of that information, and therefore the state operated as he was not going to testify. It was not until the defense subpoenaed the witness that he became compliant and came in on Friday. I think the first time he came to Broward County and the state met with him was on Thursday of last week, which I believe was July 6th. So the first time the state would actually have an opportunity to even speak with the witness in person and inform him of the repercussions of the rule of sequestration was well after testimony had begun already. And the prejudice that the defense cited in their motion is essentially that he's watched the video surveillance, which is currently in evidence state 7, and has changed his testimony based on his review of the video surveillance. So 2 things. He did give a statement to Detective Moretti back on February 26th of 2019, and he indicated that he got into the backseat of the red Mitsubishi. He's now been refreshed, and his memory is now refreshed that he did in fact get into the front seat and not the back passenger seat of that red Mitsubishi. The state would proffer that prejudice is minimal, and the reason is because we have video surveillance. And so Mr. Glass, in and of himself, can be impeached based on his prior testimony saying he got into the back seat versus the front seat. And that's the only prejudice that the defense has outlined in his deposition testimony that has been colored by his view of any of the trial testimony. And so based on that information, one moment, Judge. The state would say that rule of sequestration for this court to exclude him completely as a witness would not serve its purpose. It's not a per se rule to exclude. The court has discretion, and I would ask you to exercise your discretion because there's less intrusive needs. Being one of him being impeached based on the inconsistency itself.
You have the transcript of this witness?
I ordered a copy and we did not receive one. If counsel can be so kind as to also provide us with a copy, we haven't received our copy.
No problem with that?
No, I can email it right now.
All right, so could you give a copy of that to Travis?
Yes.
And what I'll do is I'll make it, I don't know if I'm allowed to make copies.
I can email to Ingrid, and then I can email to them. They have their copy machine right there. I do have one quick follow-up, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
So there is a line of cases, and counsel is arguing from the line of cases where the defense has violated the rule of sequestration. So when it's the defendant violating the rule of sequestration, you do have to go into a Sixth Amendment analysis because it's his constitutional rights that the court still has to protect. And that's why you have that stringent standard. However, when you're dealing with the prosecution violating the rule of sequestration, then it becomes the question of my client's right to a fair trial. And that's how the analysis should go. And you're looking at those line of questions. When you go to 96.16, there is another section that comes down that gives exceptions to the rule of sequestration, which we see. We have the witness's family in here. Why are they allowed in here? Because of 96.16 gives that exception. But there's case law that says when that family gets up there to testify, Mr. Demham's client rights to a fair trial will trump the other people's rights in this case. In this matter, Mr. Glass doesn't have any rights to be in this courtroom. He has no right to be watching this from TV. His testimony to the evidence. I would ask him to look at this in the light most favorable to Mr. Demham's and his constitutional right to a fair trial. And that's what we want today. And it's not going to happen with a witness who's been watching this proceeding from the comfort of his home.
But the defense isn't suggesting that this was all some type of connivance with the state, that they planned this or executed in some fashion to get around the rule of sequestration. You're not suggesting that. You're suggesting that you shouldn't be allowed to testify because it's a violation of the rule, which the state's agreeing it's a violation because the rule of sequestration was involved. But you're not alleging or suggesting the state had anything to do with it, are you?
So, Judge, and I did ponder this last night, and for the sake of being a professional, I did not come with a motion for prosecutorial misconduct. But as we've heard Ms. Smith admit herself that she sat in that deposition with us, and they too realized that he had been watching the trial from his own testimony. The simple fact that the state now wants to even put him on the stand is knowingly, Judge. They knew in the deposition, one. Two, they knew when I put him on notice with my motion. So they had the opportunity after the deposition to, after my motion pointing out we violated the rule of sequestration, just not to call them. They, however, are going to continue to proceed knowing he has violated the rule and put him on the stand. So, yes, when we look at it that way, the state may be acting inappropriately.
Thank you. And counsel, from your perspective, as far as the state's concerned, once you found out this witness was going to, his location was found and he gave his address over, and I know he said he wasn't going to cooperate. I think he made that representation in open court a week or so ago as well. I don't know the exact date, but he made a representation to that effect. When was the first time that you advised the witness that the rule of sequestration is involved?
Judge, last Thursday, because prior to that, I had only spoken to him on the phone, and he had told me we essentially had abandoned almost calling him as a witness absent a decision to be able to show cause, which we had not decided at that point. So when he told me he wasn't coming in, I had no further conversation with him until he contacted our office, and that was in response to the deposition. And counsel's essentially,
What date was that?
I can have counsel look up the exact dates and let you know, because we have an email when we contacted our office.
That's the time that you told him the rule was invoked?
No. He called our office indicating that he had gotten a subpoena and whether or not he needed to appear, which we indicated, yes, he did need to comply with the subpoena. We tried to make arrangements for him to come. I believe his deposition was scheduled on a Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, that was the deposition that was set, if you recall, without any discussion or scheduling with the state date for that Friday.
So it was set on a particular date and he failed to appear that day. And then I called him when he failed to appear while the defendant was still in state attorney's office in the lobby. I said, "Are you in Broward County right now?" He said, "No, I'm not. I don't have a ride." I said, "Okay, if transportation is arranged, can you make yourself available?" He said he would. He called us, he told us he would be in Broward County, I think, Thursday afternoon. He called us on Thursday, said he was in Broward County, and that was the first time we met with him in person. And I would say, Judge, the defense is asking you to essentially apply a per se rule. The case law says there's no per se exclusion for the rule of sequestration. The only thing she's saying that's been affected is his seat position in the Mitsubishi car. That seat position is on video. It's in stage 7. And so that's something that the state can even show the witness in preparation for his testimony. It's something we were published during his testimony. So that contradiction between where he sat in the car is not of the sort that should exclude his entire testimony and would color his testimony.
Thank you. My question was, as to when you first advised the witness?
Thursday, Judge, when we met with him in
Last
person.
Thursday.
Yes, Judge, when we met with him in person for the first time.
Thank you. All right, I'm ready to fill ruling on. Just, I'd like to read the transcript.
Your Honor, I think the case law is also clear that you need to read his initial statement to see if there's been any change in his statement from the initial statement to the deposition.
And I'm going to provide, if I can approach your Honor.
Where's the case law? I thought you were having a case law.
I'm providing this statement so I can provide it to the judge.
I have the statement. I want to see the case law you're quoting to because we're talking about excluding him. I didn't see any case law. It says that
I'll be just cited in the case law counsel. They just cited the rule. But let's do this though. I'm not done with this yet. I want to read what he said as well as the statement. I want to take a look at those things.
May I approach your Honor?
Sure.
So the
It's Danny Benitez, he's a record custodian, so we anticipate it's going to take about 5 minutes, which is why we need
Next witness after that.
Mr. Glass.
Where's this detective Murray?
He's also going to be here this afternoon.
And Judge, I'm going to print out the copy of the case law that the state is citing to, I'll print out a copy for counsel and for Your Honor.
She got notes on that. I don't want that. She got your notes on that. I'm not.
So I'll take this. It's just the last.
Sorry, could you just email it?
I'll do it right now, Judge.
Thank you. She'll print it out. I would like to read it. And we'll just have it marked as a court exhibit for the purpose of this. So.
State's otherwise ready, and I'm going to proceed with Danny Benitez, record custodian for Montclair.
Judge, would you issue one quick order to keep state 64 under seal for the purposes of the clerk? There is sexually explicit photos of minors and videos on there, so that the clerk needs to be made aware of that. On the 98 of section 98 of 7. Mr. Dean, Mr. Dennis.
Any objection?
No objections.
Go ahead, Zach. I'll start. Thank you. All right, you're all set, ready to proceed? Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. Are you Danny Benitez? Yes, I am. Well, this is our witness stand. Can you come up here, please? You get there, remain standing for a bit, raise your right hand against the corner.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Daniel Benitez.
Spell your first and last name.
Daniel Benitez.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
You need that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay,
Ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Perfect. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Benitez.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you're currently employed?
Sure. I'm employed at Montessori Academy in Broward in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And have you been employed with the Montessori school in one capacity or another since October 26, 2018?
My wife and I started the school in 2002, and up until today, we're still involved in the school as director. I'm the operations director of the school.
And back on October 26th of 2018, were you you and your wife the owner and operators of that school?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And the Montessori school, where's the specific address?
The address is 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines.
And you mentioned that's in the city of Miramar, correct?
Yes, I have.
So at some point in time, you provided video surveillance from your school to law enforcement, either 2018 or early 2019.
Yes, I have.
And how long is the system, how long does the video maintain until the system overrides naturally?
The system actually maintains a backup for 90 days and then overrides itself with the oldest of the events being released.
So in order to preserve video surveillance, you would have had to capture it and preserve it within that 90-day window, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've had an opportunity to review the video surveillance that was provided to law enforcement and then placed on a USB.
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, we're showing the counsel remark the state's quadruple H, so HB, and first witness. It says, is this the USB we're able to review?
Yes, it is.
And how are you able to recognize this particular USB?
Well, it has my initials on the back.
Okay. And did you find an initial it after reviewing the video surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Is that video surveillance a fair and accurate representation of the video surveillance that was captured back on October 26th of 2018 from your video, from the Montessori School's video surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
And that video surveillance was maintained and kept by Montessori School until it was turned over to law enforcement?
Correct.
And it's routine for you to maintain that system? In fact, you still have a system to this day?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state was used into evidence what was pre-marked as base quadruple H. It's the next number in the exhibit, I believe, 83.
And we're going to object, Your Honor, we're double checking, although they
Or speaking of sessions.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel ran while the defendant. You want to play the video now? Show counsel the video. I don't know how long was it in length. How long is it?
3:40 to approximately 5 a.m. We wouldn't be intending on publishing the entire thing for the jury. But just so it's clear, this was previously provided from the record to defense counsel. We just now, at sidebar, learned that they have not been able to watch it, and if I was corrected, they have not told us or asked an additional copy in any way, shape, or form.
Didn't we just take care of that sidebar? Didn't I ask him that?
Yes, sir, but I'm making sure the record is clear on the state chart on that. In addition to the other images and things that she discussed in videos, those were from the phone, and those were available for defense. They were in my office on Friday afternoon. As to the things I said I would email, that was the PDF of all the photos that were published in open court on Thursday afternoon. Just so it's very clear, because I know this literally is a little bit confusing. Not confusing.
Thank you. So when is, I guess, my understanding is Detective Moretti your last witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what happens if I wasn't going to allow Mr. Glass to testify? What were we going to do for the next 2 hours, 3 hours?
State would be ready to go.
So Mr. Moretti's here.
Judge, with regards to the state would be ready with witnesses, yes, or videos to play.
Thank you. Your recess. Thank you.
The state moving to evidence what was pre-marked as H8888 is 82.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
Nothing further.
During cross-examination of this witness,
None.
is he excused? Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you. Here's a public video, no? Here, for your next witnesses, who's your next witness?
Trevion Glass.
Why don't you come sidewalk, please? For your next witness, please.
Trevion Glass.
Yes, good morning. Are you Mr. Glass? Are you Mr. Glass?
Good.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Why don't you come to the witness stand? What I'd like you to do is remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do. Please state your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the photo recorder. Thank you.
Please have a seat. Mr. Glass, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth. All right, so if you could scoot up close to the microphone. All right, you ready to proceed, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Glass.
One.
And I know you're quite soft-spoken, so I'm going to need you to speak out a little louder, okay? And remember, you have to make oral responses, okay?
Yes,
How old are you?
23.
And where are you currently living? What city?
Real Beach,
And have you lived there all your life?
majority of it.
Okay. You completed high school, or what was the last grade you completed?
11.
Right? You're not married, correct?
Excuse me?
You're not married?
No.
So I'm going to talk about some prior stuff before we get into why you're here today. Have you previously been convicted of a felony? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And how many times?
To my best of knowledge, once.
Okay. If I were to show you something, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
A prior judgment? Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Show counsel first, please.
Yes. I'm going to ask you to just look at the document, don't say anything. Okay? Have you had an opportunity to review the document? You have to answer,
Yes.
right? Is your memory fresh as to how many convictions you have?
2. What was that one? The other one? I'm not sure. Let's see, 2 charges.
All right. Now, you currently have some pending charges in Indian River County, correct?
Yeah.
And those are 2 charges,
Yeah.
misdemeanor resisting without violence,
Yeah.
and an obstruction of service or execution of a search warrant.
Yeah.
Are those misdemeanors or felonies?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know what the penalty you're facing on those charges?
No.
Okay. Have you been offered probation in that case?
Yeah.
And have you been made any promises in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Right? So let's go back to October 26th of 2018. What were you doing like for work?
I wasn't working at all.
All right. Were you involved in the music business at all?
Kind of sort of.
And how so?
Making beats.
All right. And when you were making beats, were you working with a specific group or music group or people?
One person to be particular, but yeah. Supposed to be in a group.
All right. Let's start by saying this. What group was it?
YNW.
All right. And when you said one person specifically, who was that person?
Julie.
Okay. And can you tell the members of Julie's real name?
Christian Thomas.
And how long had you known Christopher Thomas, who you referred to as Julie?
Over a decade.
And this was back in October. And did you know somebody by the name of Anthony Williams who went by Sack Chaser?
Yeah,
And how long have you known Sack Chaser?
a couple years.
All right. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with state 73.
It's in evidence, yes?
Yes.
May you proceed.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at state's photograph number 4 and state 73. You recognize that person in the state's photograph with the label marking 18-3118. And who is that?
Anthony Williams.
So, back on October 26, 2018, do you recall being at the New Era Studio?
Yeah,
Who were you there with?
you other people.
Okay. Was Juvie and Sack there?
Correct.
All right. And do you recall around what time you guys got to the studio?
I'm not sure it won't be a ride.
Okay.
So,
Was it light or dark outside?
I believe it was dark. I'm not sure.
All right. And what was the intention going to the studio?
I believe we were supposed to have a 12-hour session.
All right. And it's a 12-hour recording session, right?
Yeah,
And who was the artist that was recording that night?
really everybody was an artist.
All right. Did you guys end up staying for 12 hours?
Nah,
Okay. What changed and why didn't you end up staying?
to the best of my knowledge, people were sleeping, so we ended up going home because, sleep in the studio.
Right? And part of that is because studio time is obviously, it's costly, right?
Objection to
Stay.
Okay, you just said it was paid for. What was paid for?
Studio time.
All right. So you guys had prepaid for 12 hours.
Correct.
And obviously not utilizing that 12 hours, is that a waste?
Objection.
Stay.
Meeting.
I'll move on. How long, well, you said that people were sleeping. Who was sleeping?
Everybody but me, Anthony, and Chris.
All right. So who was upset that people were sleeping?
Objection. Meeting.
Who was upset overall?
There was no testimony that anybody was upset.
Hey, rephrase your question.
Was someone upset that people were sleeping?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And who was that person?
Sad.
Okay. And how did Zach respond? How did Zach respond to people sleeping?
He woke him up and let him know it's time to go.
All right. And how did he do that?
Yeah, he went and woke him up, shook him up.
All right. Was there an occasion where he threw water on some people to wake them up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Your Honor, this is deliberate. Can we go sidebar, please?
Counsel, if you make an objection, make an objection. Don't be arguing in front of the jury. I told you that before, all right?
Can we go sidebar?
No speaking objections.
Can we
Come
go
sidebar. Sure.
Thank you.
At some point, you just mentioned that you guys were getting ready to leave the studio.
Yeah.
Publishing State 72. I published image number 1 in State 72. Mr. Gillespie, you see that photo on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And who's that person?
Best of my knowledge, better.
Okay. And the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing?
Jacket.
All right. Do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt?
Kind of sort of.
If you do,
Oh,
okay. Publishing image number 2. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
2 or 3 of them, yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is identify them by the clothing that they're wearing.
Jewelry, black jacket in the left, sack in the middle, jean jacket, tay, black jacket,
And Sack is he standing or sitting?
sitting,
And Tay, is he standing or sitting?
sitting,
And you said Portland was wearing a black jacket, is he standing or sitting?
Ooh,
Oh, how did you refer to him? My apologies.
tay,
No,
or jewelry.
the person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as?
Jewelry wearing black jacket, also is tay wearing black jacket.
The person wearing the black jacket who's standing up, do you recognize that individual?
Chris,
Okay. Do you recognize the people in photograph image 3?
same one you just showed, same person.
And who's that person?
Yeah.
The 3 images that were just shown from state 72, do you recall when those photographs were taken?
Same night,
Would that be, what date would that be?
10/26.
Of 2018?
Yeah.
What location were those photographs taken?
New Era Promotions Studio.
Was that the studio we just discussed that you guys were hanging out at?
Yeah.
I'm now publishing state 7. Publishing 10/26/2018, beginning at timestamp 2/17/42. Mr. Glass, do you recognize the 2 individuals in this screen pause at 2/17/47?
Do I recognize the back of the head?
Yes, you recognize them.
I just see it back of the head.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play. Do you recognize anyone at timestamp 2/17/52?
Still back of the head.
Do you see an individual standing next to a red vehicle?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, you just said that's who?
Cool.
All right. And what is Kobe's real name?
That's what I know about. Cool.
All right. Would anything refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I don't know.
If I were to show you your prior statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Good.
Permission to approach the witness?
Hey,
Class, if you could take a moment and look at this page, read it to yourself, do not read aloud, and look up when you're done. As your memory is refreshed as to the legal name of Kobe,
Yeah.
and what is Kobe's legal name?
what's the objection?
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Kobe.
And if you could repeat the last name for the code for this one.
Yes.
Right, I'm going to continue to publish page 7. There is a second individual at the red Mitsubishi vehicle. Do you recognize that second individual?
Not really, no.
Okay. How about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep?
Yes, a second.
Okay. I'm going to continue to publish. I'm pausing at timestamp 2:18:21. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep?
I see it.
Do you recognize him?
I see it.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you for AD's legal name.
I know his last name, Davis.
Okay. Would looking at your statement refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
Okay, so
Honor permission to approach.
Nice, same statement.
Yes, Judge. Approaching the witness. Mr. Glass, same procedure. You could take a look at that and look up.
we already know the name. Judge want me to say it.
No. Without speaking, has your memory been refreshed as to AD's legal name?
Yes.
Okay, what is AD's legal name?
Adrian Davis.
Continuing to publish, date 7. Mr. Glass, let me know if I need to rewind the video, but you had a chance to look at the face of the individual wearing what appears to be a white shirt and blue shorts.
Me.
Okay. Continuing to publish. I'm pausing the video at 2:18:41. Do you see that individual carrying something across his shoulder, wearing what appears to be a blue jacket?
Say it again.
Do you see that person on the video?
I see the back of his head.
Do you see the back of the head of the person wearing the jeans jacket?
Correct.
Was that person the same person that you previously identified in state?
Stay, rephrase it.
Okay. We previously looked in state 72 at an individual you identified as Melly.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
One moment. Publishing state 72.
Answer, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's no question pending.
That's your question. Do you see the jacket in states 72, image number 3, the front of that jacket?
Here.
You see that jacket in State's Image 1 of State 72.
I see the same thing y'all see.
We spoke about this, Mr. Glass.
I'm standing that way. I'm standing.
You ask questions, right?
I'm asking questions, Mr. Glass, and I'm just asking you to respond if you have knowledge. Is that jacket that was in image number 1 and image number 3 the jacket that Melly was wearing on October 26th of 2018?
To the best of my knowledge,
To the best of your knowledge, yes or no?
yes.
Publishing State 7. Then go. Oh. For you? Okay. Back to State 7, timestamp 2/18/41. The individual that's on screen wearing a jacket and it appears to be something across his back. Who is that individual?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled.
Mr. Glass, you can respond.
I see the same person as last time.
Okay, and can you tell us who that same person is?
Melly.
Continuing to publish.
Ask the questions I know the answers to.
Mr. Glass, you can't speak when there's not a question. Mr. Glass, you see that individual carrying something in their left hand? I'm asking if you see them, just if you see them. Do you recognize that person? Okay, and who is that person?
Christian Thomas.
Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record, and I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into?
Red Mitsubishi.
And can you tell us who was in that car with you?
Kobe, Tay, and 80.
So 80, Tay, and Cody. Is that a yes?
Yes,
So that is a total of 4 people.
correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Zach, Melly, Julie, of course.
Okay. And by my count, is that also 4 people?
Correct.
Right? And when those, okay. Continuing to publish. At 2/19/36. We'll stop at 2/19/46. At the time you left the studio in that red Mitsubishi, where were you headed?
Supposed to be home.
Okay, and who's home?
It's Melly house.
Okay, and was everybody in that red car headed to Melly's house?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and what about the Jeep? Where was your understanding that that Jeep was headed? The gray Jeep?
Same spot.
So both cars left the studio with the intention of heading to what you identify as Melly's house.
Correct.
Can you tell us, I guess, what was the mood or the vibe at the studio while you guys were there?
5 years ago. I can't tell you nothing right now.
Okay, if you don't recall, that's fine. Was there any physical confrontation that you observed at the studio?
Just like a regular day. Just studio, smoking, drinking.
Right. And you just mentioned smoking. What were you smoking, specifically you?
Weed.
Okay. All right, and now the vehicles, we saw that the gray vehicle on the video pulled off first. Can you tell us where you guys, the route you guys took to the best of your knowledge?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall getting on a highway at all?
I recall being in the car while I was driving. I don't know where. I don't know. I don't.
Okay. Were you awake the entire time you were in that vehicle?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know at what point you fell asleep?
I don't.
Right. And when you left the studio, you were awake. Is that a fair statement?
I was.
And at what point do you recall waking up, or what time do you recall the next thing you saw?
Once we came to a stop
All right. And where did you come to a stop?
at the house gate.
And the house gate for Melly's house.
Yeah.
When you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi?
Same people you seen get in the car.
All right. So by your testimony, Kobe, AD, Tay, and yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So still 4 people.
Still for people.
Do you recall how you guys entered the gate?
The gate was open for us.
And publishing states 47. And pause it at timestamp 3:49, let's say 58. Do you recognize that red Jeep? Mitsubishi?
I do.
Is that the vehicle that you left the studio in?
Yes.
And is this the guard gate you just testified to at
Yeah.
Melly's house?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle?
Yes.
And where are you located? Okay. And do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate?
Yes.
So you get through the gate, where do you go next?
The house.
All right. And can you tell us, you pull into the house, is there a driveway in the house, in front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other cars parked in that driveway when you get to the house?
No.
All right. Do you see the gray Jeep that you left the studio with at the house?
No.
All right. So what do you do when you get out of the vehicle?
What I remember, I went upstairs and went to sleep.
Okay? And you said upstairs. So the house is how many stories?
Couple.
Okay. So you went upstairs to where specifically to sleep?
In Julie's room.
Right? Was Judy in his room?
Nah.
Okay. Do you recall where Melly's room was in the house?
Not upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall where it was if it was not upstairs?
I think it was like first rooms when you come in the house.
Okay. Was Melly at the house when you got there? From what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
Nah.
Right. So you go upstairs in Judy's room, and what do you do?
Crash.
All right. Crash meaning.
Go to sleep.
Okay. At some point, you wake up,
Yeah.
and why? Or
Phone
how?
calls, phone calls, phone calls, phone calls.
Okay. Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yeah.
All right. And at some point, you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah,
All right. And so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right. Do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was
All right. What city? Not the county.
Memo.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know which hospital it was.
Okay. So you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
Okay. And obviously at that, well, let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do? Or how do you react to that news?
Grieving.
Okay. Do you stay at the hospital?
Not alone.
Right. Where do you go after the hospital?
I ended up somebody's house.
Right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
All right. Let's start with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in?
Hang on.
All right. Do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was?
It looked similar.
Okay. And just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house?
Different.
Okay. Where did you go when you went to that house?
What you mean?
Like, where in the house did you go? So you go to the house. Where do you go?
I went inside the house. I was in the back.
Okay. And would your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at?
Maybe.
I have permission to approach. I'm going to show as counsel the same statement. Page 4.
Same procedure, Mr. Claus, if you could review page 4.
I don't see nothing but the house.
If you could just read the entire page, and when you're done, let me know.
Have you finished reading that page?
Remember your reference to whose house for us?
Still don't see nothing about no house in there.
Okay. I'm gonna now show you what's in evidence in state 62. You recognize the individuals in state 62,
Yeah, I do.
okay? Who are those individuals?
Maybe, you know, the dude, Fredo.
Okay? You said Melly and another dude, Frito?
Yeah.
Do you know Frito's name and or any nicknames?
That's all I know. That's all I know.
Frito? Do you recall ever going to Frito's house?
Just that time.
And just that time being what time?
After I left the hospital.
Okay. So this. And for the record, what is Frito wearing in the photograph?
Sure. Watch it.
Okay. So after the hospital, you went to Frito's house,
To the best of my knowledge.
okay? And what were you doing at the house?
Still grieving.
Okay. Who took you to the hospital?
The cameraman.
And do you recall his name?
True.
Right? And do you recall who took you from the hospital to Frito's house?
Same person.
All right. And before you left for the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you?
Just true.
Okay. Who was at the house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital?
Same people that was there when we got there.
Okay. And same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Frito's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were?
True, you know?
Oh, no, not Melly's house. Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay. And because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm gonna pick out to remember.
Okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
That was a new bit. Nah, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't. You guys
He
left.
wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay. Do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
And how long did you stay at Frito Bane's house?
I don't know.
All right. Minutes, hours, days.
Could be minutes, could be hours.
Okay. So not days.
Not even a day.
Okay. And so when you got to Frito's house, was it light or dark outside?
Like,
And you previously said yourself and Melly and someone else was at Frito's house. Was Frito there as well?
I think I did see him. I don't remember.
Okay. What happens while you're there? Like you're there, you're outside, what happens?
Grieving.
Okay. And you're grieving, are you grieving alone?
Yes.
Are you at the house, at any point in time, do more people come to the house or do people leave the house?
If they did come, I don't know. I was in the back.
Okay.
I was back there grieving.
At any point in time, did Melly leave Frito's house?
It came to the point when I was there by myself.
All right. So you were there by yourself. So the people that you previously said were there were no longer there, correct?
All right.
And so do you know where they went during that time?
I don't.
All right. And we're still talking about October 26th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this would be shortly after the hospital?
Yes.
All right. At some point, does Melly come back to Frito's house?
Around this time, I'm still grieving and getting a little, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Melly comes back.
Yeah, I guess they come back.
right?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay? And at some point, does Melly leave again, a second time?
I don't remember anything farther after that.
All right.
We grieving. That was the last thing I remember was we grieving. Like in Gifford.
All right. So before you end up in Griffin, if I were to show you a statement, would that refresh your recollection as to Melly leaving and coming back a second time?
I suppose so.
Under permission to show him his statement again?
Yes, Council.
Mr. Glass, I'm going to give you page 5 and page 6, that you can take a look. You can start in the middle and review those pages and look up when you're complete. Are you done? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Okay, so tell us what you somewhat remember.
I just did.
If you recall, you said you weren't sure, you went to Gifford, and then I asked you if your statement would refresh your recollection. Does your statement refresh your recollection as to whether Melly left again?
I'm not sure if they left. I was grieving.
Okay.
I'm not sure what nobody did. I was grieving.
All right. You mentioned, well, not you mentioned, let's see. I pointed out to you someone was, the person that was wearing the jacket that you identified as Melly was carrying something across his side or his back on the video. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that's referred to? Okay. Can it also be commonly referred to?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the term man?
Objection.
Watch them sidebar.
Did you see that satchel again after you left the studio? You know what was in that satchel?
I don't.
Do you recall seeing anyone else with a satchel that night at the studio?
It was 5 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. Is there anything that can refresh your recollection as to whether or not anybody else was wearing a satchel?
I suppose so.
If I were to show you the video again, would that refresh your recollection?
I suppose so.
Publishing State 7. I'm going to start publishing State 7 at 2:19:01. I'm going to pause at 2:19:13. Does the video refresh your recollection as to anyone else that was carrying a satchel?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, carrying a satchel?
I see Chris for one.
And that's Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
Did you ever have any business relationship with the person I refer to as Track?
No,
And do you know who Track is?
not really.
Not really, or
I don't know who he is at all.
do you know of him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see Track on October 26th, 2018 at any point?
No.
Do you recall giving a statement, specifically the statement that I previously provided you with here today, to the detectives in this case? You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to Detective Moretti and another detective, I believe from Indian River. Is that correct?
Could be.
Do you recall in that statement giving a different response when asked?
Stay.
Would showing you that statement refresh your recollection as to anything regarding your interactions with Track on October 26, 2018?
I don't know Track.
No. My question was, would showing you the statement refresh your recollection as to any time you saw Track on October 26 of 2018?
No.
Okay. One moment. You said you ended up back in Gifford at some point in time on October 26th of 2018,
Yes.
and do you recall where Melly was at the time you went to Gifford?
I don't remember.
Was at some point at Frito's house, you guys all leave, meaning you, yourself, everyone that you previously identified was there.
I don't recall.
You don't recall leaving?
I don't recall leaving with anyone. I don't know when I left. I don't know how I left.
Okay. Just to clarify my question, so you mentioned you left. When you left for Gifford, was anyone else at Frito's house?
I don't know.
Do you recall Melly making any statements in your presence while you were at Frito's house?
No.
Would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to anything Melly told you while you were there?
I don't recall being told anything. So no.
Okay. You mentioned when they left the first time, you recall them at least leaving one time. Did you recall if when they came back, there were any statements regarding where they
Stay. Let's
no,
stay objective.
don't answer that. So, you remember them leaving the house at least once, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when they came back, do you recall any conversations that Melly had in your presence that first time, after the first time?
Don't recall.
Would show you your statement, refresh your recollection as to those statements.
No,
Right? Did you have a Facebook page back in October 26th of 2018?
so.
I'm clerking council, what's been pre-marked is states quadruple I. Previous is shown.
Right.
Mr. Glass, if you recognize these two pages that I'm showing to you.
Yes, sir.
And is this a Facebook, does these pages reflect a Facebook conversation? Is this a fair and accurate representation of that conversation that you had on Facebook?
It is.
Right, Your Honor, at this time, the state would need to introduce what's been pre-marked to state quadruple I is the next number to exhibit.
No objection.
I'm sorry?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
States quadruple I will be marked states 83.
You may.
Mr. Glass, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Where it says author, can you read that for the members of the jury?
You want me to read it?
If you can read that, what does it say next to author?
Fargo.
What does it say before Fargo?
Eddie Fargo.
Okay, do you see where it says Fetty Fargo? Okay, and who's Fetty Fargo?
It was me.
Okay, so was that your was that a, how you identified yourself on Facebook?
Kind of sort of.
And who were you having this conversation with?
Right now, I look like I'm talking to myself. I
Okay.
look like I'm texting myself. I don't know who I said it to.
Do you see where it says participants?
Okay. So, texting Melly.
Okay. That was page 1. I'm going to now publish page 2. I'll publish it in part, it's a little small. Can you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Wait, I'm going to scroll up. What was the purpose of you having this conversation with Melly, Jamell Bennett?
I don't know. Just everything is questioned.
When you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers?
Not just me.
Okay. Were people kind of pressing you for answers?
Correct.
And did that have any impact in whether or not you reached out to Melly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So
And again, you said that people are looking for answers. So did you reach out to Melly looking for answers?
I did.
Is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook?
Is that just a
The
conversation?
gist of the conversation, was that the purpose behind the conversation and the general conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
Trying to confer. Do you know who Jamie King is?
I don't know who she is. I know of.
Okay, you know of Jamie King. Do you know how she's related to Jamell Deming?
Objection leading.
Stay.
Do you know her relationship?
Mom, supposed to be his mom.
Okay. Do you know if Jamie King and Anthony Williams had any?
Objection leading.
I wouldn't know none of that.
Rephrase your question.
Do you know the relationship between Jamie King and Anthony Williams?
I don't.
If I were to show you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Nope.
And one moment, sir. Nothing further at this time.
Councilman, thank you. Is there any cross-examination this week? Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Morning, Mr. Glass. Your Honor, would you mind if we move the monitor in front of the witness's face?
I don't mind. I mean, I mind.
Would you mind, Your Honor?
I don't mind. Is there a specific issue that you have, Mr.
I do. I do.
So, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you step out for a second? Don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case, present certain no reason. The brief that I got from one of the defendants and assistant state attorney. So, Mr. Glass, I don't understand what's the issue.
On this side of my face, and still one of those scenes. If I'm blind, my left eye, I'm trying not to.
So you don't see out of your left side,
Correct.
left eye?
Correct.
So, so my thought is, let's try this. Can we, Gary, can you do me a favor? Just move the monitor for a second?
Just move it out of the way.
Can you do that?
But if I, as far as this goes,
No, I'm not asking you to touch anything. How much do you need to put it down?
that's, just here.
Oh, so Mr. Glass, is that all right?
Sure, of course.
Okay, so we'll proceed like that. I think that works for everybody. To show you pictures and things like that, you have to be able to see the monitor too. You understand, Mr. Glass? All right, we ready to proceed? Okay. All right, bring jury back and see if they're ready.
clear. It appears that Mr. Glass was reading something from his phone and as Your Honor walked in, talking to someone on the phone. So I would ask the court to inquire as to what he's reading and who he's speaking to while he's on the witness.
So I think the only individual who was not allowed to speak would be myself and Ms. Smith. So I think that should be extended to inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Glass? You're looking at me. All right, thank you. I wasn't here. I left the office, left the bench, come for a recess, came back in, and counsel suggested to me that you're on the phone and you read something and you're discussing something on the phone. Is that true?
True.
Yes, so did it have anything to do with the state?
I don't.
So was it some other business or
Supposed to be texting. So
you were texting? Were you texting about the case?
about it.
What were you texting?
Texting saying that this wild shit wild. So I said,
I didn't hear you.
I said things are wild. That's all I said.
Things are wild.
It's wild.
Yes.
That's it.
And did you have a conversation with someone?
My brother called me and was concerned. That's all.
Concern?
Yeah.
Concern about what? Did you say?
Concerned about who I'm here with and how I got here.
Okay. And anything about the case, facts of the case, your testimony, anything like that? Thank you. All right, so are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stay ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you proceed with jury ready?
Yes, sir.
Alan? Yes. I can't rush you. Maybe I'll start. Very entry?
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the defendant is counsel, Mr. Money. During the jury, and all witnesses, Mr. Glass remains on the stand. Counsel is in your opportunity for cross-examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Glass. Morning, sir. I wanted to show you what the state admitted as State 83. We just took a peek at this and identified the participants as being you. You thought it looked like you were talking to yourself because you were the only one typed and there were no responses, at least on the first page, correct?
Objection to counsel testimony.
Sustained.
There are no responses to this. Your text on this first page.
No.
On the second page, the state was discussing that essentially you were inquiring of Mr. Demons Melly what had gone on because you were trying to get information, right?
Yeah.
And you see a conversation here where you get a response. want to direct your attention to
I see it.
that statement. It says, I show them niggas more love than their parents, right? You see that?
I see it, bro.
Okay, thank you. And the next statement by, the next message in sequence is again from Melly, and it says TF. What does that mean?
Tell me.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. So you were having a conversation and you didn't understand the
I don't know what
response.
TF means.
Okay. You didn't understand that response. Correct?
Just said it.
Okay. And then there's another one that says, man, tell them fuck that. If they think I did some shit like that, we can go to war. Nigga, you know I would never do nothing like that. See that?
That's it.
Okay. So, David mentioned that you got arrested recently and charged criminally. Correct?
Correct.
And on May 30th, not too long ago, of this year.
Yeah.
And one of the charges that was made against you was obstruction of the service of the execution of assertion. You're aware of that?
Now?
Pardon me?
I am now.
Okay. So you got charged and you had no idea what you were charged with?
Correct.
Okay. And you are now out on pretrial release?
I bonded out, sir.
Okay. And while you were on bond, you are of the opinion that if you don't come here,
I'll be in jail.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the only reason I am.
Excuse me. What happens is when they make an objection, just wait before you answer. Objection, no, it's over, we'll proceed.
That's
you're of the impression that if you don't come here and sit in that chair and testify, you're going to go to jail.
correct.
Oh. There are several instances in which Ms. Smith, prosecutor, that questioned you, showed you a statement that you previously gave. Remember that?
Yes.
And you told us, you remember seeing me in a deposition not too long ago.
I said what?
You remember seeing me last week on Friday.
Yeah, I remember.
And you recalled at the time that your statement to the detectives was a few days after the incident.
Say, do I recall?
That's what your recollection was at the time,
Yes.
a couple of days after.
A couple of days after.
And now after seeing the statement, you realize that it was 4 months later, right?
You say what?
The statement you gave to police. That you were
Telling me it was 4 months? Or you
4 months
asking me?
ago. Pardon me?
You telling me or asking me?
I'm asking.
That don't make sense. For you to ask me if I'm told you it was 3 to 4 days after they died, why are you asking me if it was 4 months? If I just told you.
Okay. So, in the statement that you gave to police back then, you claimed that you had gotten into the red vehicle in the rear seat, right?
5 years ago. To the best of my knowledge, yeah, that's what it was. That's what I said.
You're saying the statement was a few days after, right?
What did you tell?
The statement that you gave to the police was a few days after the incident,
Yes.
and you said then that you had gotten into the rear of the red vehicle.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then you watched this trial unfold on TV over the last couple of weeks, right?
No.
You didn't watch any of this
I
trial?
watched it, but I didn't watch it unfold, or whatever you're trying to say.
Okay, you watched this on TV, this trial?
On my phone.
Okay. And you saw a video of yourself get into the red vehicle, right?
Correct.
And you learned that the statement that you gave a few days after the incident was wrong.
Because I said I was in the back, and I was in the front.
Yes, exactly that.
That piece.
Yes, that piece.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so your recollection had begun to fail you only a few days after the incident
Objection.
as regards that issue, at least.
Objection to counsel testifying as pattern.
You forgot where you sat in the vehicle a few days after.
Objection to counsel testifying.
Overruled.
You can answer
Answer what?
that question. Is that correct,
Did
sir?
I forget?
Did you
Or
forget?
did I have made a mistake and say I was in the back and remember that I was in the front?
So when you told the law enforcement officers that you had gotten into the back of the vehicle a few days after the incident,
That's what I thought, to the best of my knowledge.
that's what you thought? Okay. And when you got to Melly's house that morning, you had a key?
Did you have a key?
No, I didn't. Did you?
No, I didn't.
Who had a key?
I don't know.
You know of anybody having a key to Melly's house?
I don't know.
Okay. But you did gain entrance to that house that morning when you were leaving after you left the studio.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you just went and crashed and went to sleep in Judy's room. Right?
Factual.
Okay. And you were awakened by your friend Drew.
I did not say that.
Were you awakened by your friend Drew?
I said I was waiting my phone calls.
Okay. On February 26th of 2019, when you actually gave your statement to law enforcement, do you recall this question and this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
On that day, you told the police that Drew woke you up.
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
I don't recall.
Excuse me, sustain the objection.
Okay. On your memory approach, did you ever make a statement differently where you claimed that you were awakened by Drew?
Objection, counsel testifying to proper impeachment.
Overruled. Do you understand the question, sir?
I don't even remember getting asked the question.
All right, restate your question.
Did you ever make a statement to the police?
I don't recall.
Do Do you recall now being asked this question and giving this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Question by Detective Van. And so when you first saw Drew, when did you see him? Where did you see him at? Your house or Fredo's house? Answer, at the house in Miramar. At Melly's house. Okay. He woke me up. It was like, come to the hospital. You said that.
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. When we spoke to you last week, you said you were awakened by phone calls from Christopher Thomas's mom, right?
Plenty of phone calls.
And, pardon me?
Different people.
Different people. And the one that you answered was Ricky? So you were awakened by a phone call from Ricky?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So as you recall it today, Ricky is the one that woke you up with phone calls, not Drew that woke you up in person.
Correct.
Oh. So you smoke a lot of marijuana, right?
Possibly.
You smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrase it.
It's your answer. Yeah.
That was your answer.
I smoke when I smoke.
You smoke when you smoke?
Yeah.
And when's that?
When I smoke.
And when was that?
When I smoke.
How many times a day?
Objection to ask and answer.
Overruled.
Twice, 3 times, maybe.
Okay. And on the night before you got to the studio, on the day in question, you had smoked at least 2 joints, right?
Sure, yes.
That's what you said, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you got to the studio, you were smoking, correct?
Possibly.
Were you or weren't you?
It was 5 years ago.
You forget?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were drinking Hennessy, I believe? Or do you not recall that either?
It's possible.
Possible. But you don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. So you don't recall much from that night, do you? Right? Fair?
Right.
Okay. And when you got in the red vehicle and left, you went to sleep in the vehicle when you left the studio. Right?
Yeah.
And you didn't wake up until you got to the guard.
I woke up when we came to a stop.
You did not wake up until you got to the guard. Am I right or wrong?
I woke up when we came to a stop.
Okay, so
At the guard gate, yes.
one moment. With respect to your daily right. You never seen Melly with a gun.
Objection, Your Honor.
Same.
Move to strike.
Here's this for our last question.
Have you ever seen Melly with a gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen a track with a gun?
Possibly. Yes. Maybe. Maybe so.
You don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time, Anthony Williams at any time.
I know.
And you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time.
I know.
And you don't know of any friction that occurred at the studio that night that would cause anybody to get murdered.
Objection, Your Honor. office regulations.
Any,
You didn't see any prosecutor that night of any magnitude?
I did.
You did?
I didn't.
Oh, you did. Anyways, with respect to your daily, marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today?
I did not.
Oh. I have another question. Thank you.
I should have.
Councilman, is there any regret?
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Glass, did you live in Broward County back in October 2018?
I did not live here.
Okay. When did you come in relation to this incident to Broward County?
I was picked up probably, I don't know, I was picked up on the weekend or something like that.
So how would you, I guess, state how long you were here prior to the incident? Time.
3 days, 2 days?
Okay. So you were not a full-time resident of Melly's residence?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. Well, Knoxville, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch recess now. Looks like it's after 12. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinions about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. And certainly no research, we'll see everybody back at, say 1:30. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you on that one here. There you go. Let's get back on the record. The state of Florida versus Devon. President is the defendant in this council with assistant state attorneys, juries and the jury. Regarding the objection was posted about the trial on the CFL. That objection noted. I looked at the CFR in question. I don't think it's applicable. The objection notes over here. All right, and he took out the word. The term cracker.
I did, Your Honor, and I played it for Mr. Conner twice, so we can verify that it is during that portion.
Thank you. Spring jury.
So we have to technically take the stand.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury, as well as the defendant, Mr. Devon, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. And Bradley, this is your next witness.
Yes, Detective Mark Moran.
Raise your right hand, please.
The felonies were from the testimony for giving the state of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Will you remain for the record? Spelling your first and last name for the court.
M-A-R-K-M-O-N-B-K-E.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. That microphone in front of you only up or down, it doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you today?
Well, ma'am, thank you.
Where do you work?
City of Miramar,
How long have you worked for the City of Miramar?
20 years.
And what is your current assignment with the City of Miramar?
Homicide unit.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Since 2000, I started working in homicide cases in about 2016.
Prior to becoming a homicide detective for the City of Miramar, what other hats did you wear?
I also worked in economic management for a couple of years. Before economic crimes, I worked in street crimes, which is street level narcotics, gangs, robbery, violent offenders. Before that, I worked in traffic unit, as well as traffic homicide. And then before that, I was in road patrol.
Prior to your time in the Miramar Police Department, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, I worked for Pinehurst Police Department in Langley from 1998 to 2003.
And don't make me do math, 2003 to the current, you've been with Miramar?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to Pinecrest, did you serve in the military or any of the armed forces?
Yes, ma'am. I did a total of 20 years in the military. I did 7 years active in the Air Force, got out shortly after 9/11, went into the Coast Guard Reserve, did another 13 for a total 20 years. I served in enlisted as well as in the officer corps for the Coast Guard.
So in terms of your training and experience as a police officer and a detective, did you attend a police academy?
Yes, in 1997, while still on active duty in the military, I went to St. Petersburg Criminal Justice Center.
And approximately how long was that police academy training?
A couple months.
After you became an officer with Pinecrest, did you have on-the-job training?
Yes, ma'am.
And at Pinecrest PD, did you hold any special titles and roles?
I was a drug recognition expert for field sobriety impaired drivers. Also maintained the maintenance on the intoxilizer for courtroom purposes.
In terms of homicide specifically, do you have training in just that area?
In Pinehurst,
And all your time in law enforcement?
I've had about 240 hours in homicide investigations. The first class was death investigations here in Broward County. The second one was the Miami-Dade Police Department Homicide School. And then the third one is through IPTM, which is Institute of Police Technology and Management, which is another 40 hours of formalized training in the area of homicide investigations. And I attended 3 conferences, which each one's 40 hours long, and specifically to homicide investigations for about 240 hours of just specialized training.
In terms of on-the-job training, do you have practical experience handling homicide cases?
Yes, I started slowly working homicide cases in 2015, just as training. I was basically writing warrants for the unit. I was doing fraud, and so when they were on scene, they'd be at the station room, and I would get a phone call to, start authoring warrants to be prepared for the judge.
Okay, in terms of the number of homicide cases you've handled since you said 2016 when you went to that?
Yes, ma'am.
How many homicide cases, or death investigations, I should say, have you handled since then?
Homicide cases I've been involved in about 40 of them to this point. As the lead, maybe 12, 15. The total death investigations, probably another 20 or 30.
So I want to talk about cell phones. Is that another area you have training and experience in?
Yes, ma'am.
What classes have you taken in Celebrate?
I've been through the basic Celebrate examiner's course to conduct a digital forensic examination of the cell phone, and then interpreting the data from the cell phone. Well,
Okay, and in terms of the number of cases that you've worked, could you give an approximate number that involves the data from a cell phone itself?
I've probably handled, over the years, probably 75 to 100 cases, specifically just with cell phones.
What about cell phone company data? The true call, the per call measurement, all of that.
I've been dealing with that since I came into the Detective Bureau. So that would be in 2013. I've had a bunch of specialized training in regards to cell sites. I've been to the forensic mapping course. I've been through with the platform what we use to analyze the cell site data, which is called CellHawk, which is a different platform. Then I've been to the FBI's course, which is the CAST. And I still use CAST, the CAST platform, but for different aspects of cell site analysis. I've been through an actual specific course for cell phone investigation, just using the phone in your investigations.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what is CellHawk? That's the first time they've heard this term.
CellHawk is the same. It's very similar to what the FBI uses. FBI uses what's called CASPIS. Cellhawk is just a mapping program working off of Google Maps, to which we, plot the data for the cell phone. It takes a lot of the work out. I mean, in the past, when we first started to, analyzing cell data, we would have to actually plot the towers ourselves, determine what sector, draw the azimuth. Nowadays, we can just take the cell records and put it into Cellhawk. We still have to authenticate it, make sure that the data is being input properly, and then we're able to make our determination or apply the data to our case.
So you mentioned plotting and things like that. Do you use mapping software in your day-to-day work as a detective?
Of course, I mean, we just regular Google Maps, Google Earth. It's also a method of open source investigations is using the mapping.
So I'm going to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar Police Department investigation under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I was called out around about 6 o'clock in the morning. Detective Bertrand called me. I was off, was not working. Hector was in his final year and a half of employment, and he didn't want to take on any new cases. He asked me, he said, I can't have him at the hospital. I have 2 dead bodies. Would you mind coming out? Of course, I said, we have time.
So when you got to the hospital, what did you see?
When I first got on scene, I made contact with the on-scene supervisor, which was Sergeant Bermudez. And he walked me through the scene, which was, at that point, it was just a 2018 Jeep Compass that was parked in the emergency unloading zone. It had many bullet holes on it.
Time out for just a second. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the emergency room unloading zone is separate and different from other areas of the hospital?
It's a pull-up where it has the electric sliding door that allows you straight access into the emergency room. Which, all hospitals are relatively standard in that sense that there's going to be a quick, immediate access for hospital personnel to provide immediate care in triage type situations.
Is the emergency room the only entrance into that hospital?
You can come. There's an entrance off of Pembroke Road, and there's an entrance off of 172.
And when you came to the scene, do you remember which side you went to first?
No.
The time when you get to the hospital, you talked about speaking with Sergeant Bermudez. Who else did you see on the scene?
A couple of the detectives were already there. Detective Bertrand, Detective Toyota was there. Then also a couple of the other sergeants, because we had 2 young males that were deceased. So prompted a lot of people to be called out to the scene.
Okay. And in terms of civilians, were there any civilians on scene when you got there?
At that point, I wasn't made aware of all the civilians on scene until after we had spoken with Cortland Henry.
Okay. So you mentioned Cortland Henry. Who is that?
Cortland Henry is the driver of the vehicle. He is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room. It was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, man. At that point, I came into it blind.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
He was a victim of the crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160th, close to 172, in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, we didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there is businesses there, but on the south side is residential. As many bullet holes there were was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
So when you were there on scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you saw at least 10 bullet holes.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims or the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him for the shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some front end damage, but you could tell it was older front end damage.
Was that explained during the course of the statement? That's from the prior accident?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on your location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got an established venue, which has been their jurisdiction for us to investigate the crime.
Speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar Hospital?
It's in the city of Miramar, county of Broward, state of Florida.
And at that point, when you're making contact with Cortland Henry, does the name Jamell come up in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any indication that he was in the car told to you at that point?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned at some point in the statement another shooting off of I-95.
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation did you do to see how that was potentially related to this case?
I was able to get a hold of the detective on scene, which is Detective Curcio from Broward Sheriff's Office. And I was able to compare notes and discuss and figure out that shooting was definitely not related to our shooting. They even had a weapon left on scene, which was, I believe, an assault-style rifle, and we were able to determine that it was not related to us.
In terms of being able to determine if different caliber weapons were used in those two shootings?
To the best of my recollection, there was different calibers, and at the end of the day, I know they made an arrest on that, and their facts didn't even match up to our facts.
So going on to potential suspects that Mr. Henry gave you, did he mention anyone or point the finger at anybody at that point?
I think he mentioned one name. They may have some beef up from Vero, from some guy named Bentley or something like that, but nothing that we could verify.
And in terms of the beef with Bentley,
Mm-hmm.
did he say if it was ended?
I believe his statement said it was taken care of, it was squashed.
With regards to an incident at Walmart, were you informed about a potential suspect there?
Yes, there was an incident a few months back at Walmart. I think during his statements, he said first the fight took place inside and it was outside. But I guess a necklace was stolen. It was posted online. But it didn't seem that anything really came of that either.
Okay, so Detective Murray, based on your training and experience, have you had the opportunity to respond to various Walmarts across South Florida?
Yes.
Have you done criminal investigations regarding incidents or crimes that have occurred at those Walmarts?
Yes.
Based on that, do you know how long Walmart keeps the video for?
Traditionally 30 days.
And in terms of the time period that was being described to you, was that within the 30 days?
It was way beyond 30 days.
So going back to that morning, did you go with Mr. Henry in the car with Detective Toyota to find out where this incident happened?
Mr. Henry rode with Detective Toyota, then it was just them two in the car.
And in terms of the evidence or anything that was reported back to you as the lead detective in this case that was recovered from the street surface of Miramar Parkway between I-75 and 184th?
There was no evidence recovered at all.
So, knowing that you had this location Are there businesses along Miramar Parkway that have surveillance footage?
Yes,
Were you able to go to some of those and retrieve some of that surveillance footage?
yes,
So I'm going to start with what's been marked as the state quadruple now, which is a composite of 2 photos. Council, you have a copy? Detective Marty, I'm showing you a composite of 2 images which have been labeled as state triple L. Do you recognize those 2 photos?
yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize those 2 photos?
These are snapshots of the video from the McDonald's, the corner of 172 and Miramar Parkway.
And how do you recognize those?
Well, I'm the one that retrieved the video myself personally. But you can see at 3:46 a.m., you see a red vehicle going by, a red SUV. And then at 3:46:57, you see a silver SUV go by, which was consistent with the 2 vehicles.
Well, before we get into that, those photos fairly accurately depict the video that you took from the McDonald's on October 26th of 2018. Have those 2 screenshots from the video that cover the time frame of this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been altered or changed in English?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state will request a state triple L and a state 84.
Any objection? No. You're good.
States quadruple L, moving on states A4.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting at States 84, page 1, which is 10/26/2018, 34650.040. Detective Meridian, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So I'm going to zoom in on the picture a little bit. And can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the screen you were talking about?
Right now.
If you move, it should show the cursor a little bit better. And so what color did that vehicle appear to be?
Red.
I'm keeping it in the same location. Moving on to page 2, 34657.840. Is that same circle around the vehicle that was in question in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that appear to be a darker colored vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did you learn about New Era Studios?
When we spoke with Mr. Henry, he informed us that they just came from the recording studios in Fort Lauderdale. And so 2 of our detectives then responded there, Detective Bertrand and Detective Toyota, to retrieve the video, or just to go there to see what evidence they could recover.
Okay. Once the video was recovered, did you review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Approximately how far is it from the New Era 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale to the Sunset Lakes 40th Street Guardhouse?
30 miles.
And have you had the opportunity to drive that distance or that route before?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to the studio video, what's been admitted as State 7, Did you review this before or after the search warrant was conducted on the Jeep?
This was before.
Okay. So going to channel 4, 2:17:42 starting time. Fast forwarding here till 2:18:40. Were any man purses, satchels found in that gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Specifically, the beige one that's pictured at 2:18:40.
No, ma'am, we did not recover that.
Continuing forward to 2:19:05. Was a black satchel recovered?
No, ma'am.
Specifically the one that is seen in the individual in the black and white jacket?
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Henry have possession of either of those satchels or man purses at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So after you learn about the studio video, do you have an occasion to respond to a location that's identified as 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Yes, we went to that before the video was recovered. That was the location where the defendant was residing at the time.
And who else did you know lived there at that time?
I believe the defendant, co-defendant, Mr. Henry, Mr. Mills, Mr. Davis, Mr. Glass. I believe they were all living there, as well as the victims.
And in terms of the location of that address, do you know the name of the subdivision it's in?
I believe that's Sunset Lakes,
And where is Sunset Lakes? What city?
City of Miramar.
When you went to that 18521 Southwest 44th address, did you go inside?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like when you first got to that location?
At that point, we had already cleared from the hospital. It was probably, the sun was already coming up, so, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe even a bit later. We went, there was no cars in the driveway. We went to the front door, knocked, looked in the windows. We didn't see anyone.
While you were on scene, did a vehicle pull up?
Yes,
What vehicle was that?
it's the red Mitsubishi.
And who was in that?
Driving it was Deltavius Withers and Adrian Davis.
Did you make contact with them?
Yes,
Without going into what they said, were you able to get a phone number from each of them?
yes,
Did you see the defendant, Jamell Evans, there at that home?
no, ma'am.
Were you invited into the house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In terms of the McDonald's video, when time and the continuity of when you did things, when did you go to McDonald's?
I believe that I went to McDonald's the week, this happened on a Friday, Saturday morning, and I was at McDonald's Monday morning.
Okay. So I'm going to go now to on October 26th. Did you do any additional evidence collection or interviewing of any individuals?
On the 26th,
Yes.
no, I just wrote the search warrant for the Jeep.
Okay. While you were at the hospital, you mentioned that you didn't see civilians when you first got there.
Correct.
Were there any civilians that you made contact with before you left?
Yes.
And who would those be?
It was some of the victim's family there, some of the Phillips family.
No, neither victim has the last name Phillips. You'll have to identify who the...
The Phillips family was with Chris Thomas's family.
Okay.
There was also I didn't make contact with him. Detective Bertrand did. Trayvon Glass, an Andrew, I forget his last name. He was there. I made contact with the defendant's mother, Jamie King.
Okay. And after you left the hospital and made contact with those individuals, did you do anything else other than writing the warrant and executing the warrant on the gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have to do to write a search warrant.
Search warrant is based upon no probable cause. There's an affidavit, an application, and then there's the actual warrant. We write the warrant, the application, the affidavit, and then we send it to a state attorney. We find when the state attorney is on duty. Hopefully we get the way from early in the morning because we're up. So we send the warrant to them, they review it, and then if they approve it, then it goes to the judge. The judge will then sign it. At this point, we're doing an electronic warrant, so we could submit it electronically.
And in terms of the search of the Jeep, can you start searching it while you're waiting for the judge?
No.
Why not?
Because we don't have authorization to go into the Jeep. You know, we secure it, we can take it, we can hold it, but until that warrant is signed, we cannot touch that vehicle.
So after the warrant is signed, it's executed, are you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What?
I actually have to read the warrant to the vehicle. I know that sounds very strange. It's one of those procedures that's been done for years. I can never explain it, but if it's a house, we have to read it to the house. If it's a vehicle, we read it to the vehicle.
Is that why we see you holding papers with all these warrants?
Yes.
So after you read the warrant aloud and tell the people that are assisting you what you're looking for, what is your role while the warrant's being executed?
I step back. I don't get involved in that process.
Do you collect evidence at that point?
No, ma'am.
Do you indicate which areas may be of interest for evidence collection?
I'll point out that, this is who was sitting where, this is what we have, but, that's their area of expertise.
After that warrant is executed on the gray Jeep, when are you made aware of the casing that's found in the back seat?
That night, they collected it.
And going forward to October 27th of 2018, did you leave Broward County and travel to meet with other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We went up to, Vero Beach, into Gifford to make contact with some of the victims' family.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to, without going into what was said, see Adrian Davis again?
I saw Adrian Davis again. We saw Dontavius Withers again. I believe we saw Chris Thomas Sr. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the girlfriend of Chris Thomas as well.
Was there an occasion in which the application Snapchat was brought up?
Yes.
As a result of learning about a Snapchat, did you author a warrant for Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you authored the warrant for Snapchat, which has already been admitted into evidence in various states, what were you looking for?
I was looking for communications between Jamell Demons and Dontavius Withers.
And what were those communications supposedly going to show?
The communications was supposed to show that Jamell Demons sent a message.
Hey, Joe, just want to clarify one thing. Prior to trial, I mispronounced the defendant's name. It's pronounced Demons, D-E-M-O-N-S. Lemons with a D is the way it was explained to me. And I know it's been pronounced different ways here, but it's pronounced Demons. All right? That good, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so going into what's been previously offered into evidence as State 61. The account information, if you could publish what this says and make it as big as possible, as to who owned this particular Snapchat account.
Okay.
You could read?
Yes, it says the display name is Melly Montana. The email address associated with this is mellymontana@icloud.com. The phone number is 772-713-9807. And I guess I think they call it the vanity name YNW Melly.
Okay. And is that display name as it's indicated here?
Yes.
And in terms of the IP history, did you do any additional investigation or research into the IPs that were provided?
No.
Going into the,
I'm sorry.
Is there objection?
There's no objection. That's-
John, I'm sorry, we'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in present, including no research, just leave your notebook on the chair. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Jamell was the defendant. You need to write the break? You raise it? Yes, sir. Mr. Devins?
Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize for interrupting.
No problem.
I'm going to show you how to clear this stuff.
To apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence for our jury, the defendant, the defendants, to the counsel, the assistant state attorney, all witness protection once already, you remain on the stand. Bradley, I think you're still on your direct examination. If you're ready to proceed.
okay, Detective Reddy, we had started talking about the Snapchat records. Before we go in and publish the rest of those, in your investigation, were you able to determine nicknames and legal names for various individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting with the defendant, did he have a nickname that he was commonly referred to as?
The, well, Melly.
Okay.
The, on, Williams,
Hold the microphone, it got pushed over. Thank you.
on Williams' phone, he was known as, Smurf. I'm sorry, on, Williams' phone, he was known as Slim.
Okay.
Some various other names.
So in terms of for Portland Henry, did he have a nickname you learned during the course of this case?
Yes, Portland Henry actually went by the name of Ward.
Okay. And for Mariah Hamilton, did she have a nickname?
The one most commonly used was Riri.
So in going through the messages, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on this. Like, for example, Friday, November 9th, 2032-05 UTC. What is the difference between UTC time and November of 2018 post time change?
It's UTC is Universal Time Code, which is 5 hours ahead of our current time zone.
And that's in November. What about in October? What was the difference before the time change?
It was 4 hours time difference. I think the time change actually date was November 4th.
Okay. So in terms of this message, there's a lot of kind of gibberish characters at the end after it says kill me. What are those gibberish characters?
Usually those are emojis that when it's printed, that's how it looks on paper.
And so I'm going to make sure we understand, and that clearly ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what these columns each stand for. So starting with the far left column, what is that column?
It's the ID column. I guess the two accounts that are speaking with each other.
Okay. The next column, what is it?
It's the from, that's to be the sender, and then the next column is to, which would be the receiver of the message.
Okay, and then under where it says body,
That is the actual message.
and over here on timestamp, what would that reflect in that last column?
That was in the actual time that the message was sent in UTC, and you would just subtract 5 hours off of that. That's okay.
Okay. I'm not going to make you do the math right now. That's we'll get to that in a second. So I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Were there any messages captured as part of the search warrant on October 26th, 2018?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the message here on Tuesday, October 23rd, who is identifying themselves as using this Snapchat account?
The name being used is Melly.
So were you able to determine who was that baby 01?
Yes, that was Mariah Hamilton.
How could you tell that?
The context of the conversation between them two, as well as interviewing Miss Hamilton.
Were there pictures that were sent back and forth that also include her photograph in
Section
these?
leading.
What, overall,
Yes, there was photographs between as well.
So going to this message here, which is Friday, November 9th, 2023, 12 UTC 2018. Now I am going to ask you to do the subtract 5 math on that one.
What you see there is 2023 UTC, which would be 8:23 UTC PM time. However, but transferring it back to Eastern Standard Time, it would be 3:23 PM.
And what I'm going to do here so it's clear on the columns again, go back to the first page of the chat. So this message is going to the defendant's account.
Correct.
Okay. What does Ms. Hamilton say to the defendant?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
So he can read it and publish it?
overall.
Like I said before, your stupid ass blocked me. You move very effing funny. TF. Real Danny. BITCH, you know what that wasn't paid on that girl page, but your dumbass just lie about everything. I peep every effing thing, and I always watch how a MF move, and this is how you've gone move, bitch. I'm not going to come around no more, period. Don't post me on your damn Snapchat if you're scared to post me on your Instagram for your bitches, period. TF. And I won't go to another show neither. Be trying to have Portland go to the shows with you so you can bring bitches and shit back to the hotel. Everything is so cool. I peep everything. You're one sneaky lying bitch boy. F you. I'm standing on my shit this time. Bet you won't hear from me again after today. And then there's 3 emojis, which doesn't translate when you put it in.
May we approach?
Yes.
Council, proceed, please.
Yes. Okay, so we were continuing on. We had just published that 2023-12. So going to 2024-17. We can just stay in UCC so you don't have to keep doing
Thank you.
the
I'm
math.
sorry, what's the date of that message?
November 9th.
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection notice overruled.
So with regards to, again, using the first page, so it's clear as to who is from and to, the author of this message on 2024-17, who is that from?
It's from Melly, Montana to Dead Baby B. Oakland.
Okay. Then the next message from that Melly, Montana, and this is November 9th, 2018, 2025-19 UTC for council.
Objection. May I have a continuing objection so I don't have to interrupt the state on this?
That's fine, guys.
A continuing objection.
Thank you.
And so what does Melly.Montana say to that individual on November 9th of 2018? I'm gonna try and make it big, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want to read it quickly. I was cautious. Bitch, I'm not fit to leave board with Tao after what you stuck on me. Being with, but you think that's all I think about. This N-word saved my life. He's coming with a K everywhere with me. Cause with a K, if them crackers come grab him, it's my fault. You forgot 3 question marks.
So then I'm gonna go, so it's clear. The messages chronologically, how do they go in this exhibit?
They go by the time frame. You can see it's a sequential argument between 2 individuals, the same individuals.
So let me ask you a better question. The message here below, it says 2025-39. Is the message that's above it at 2027-26 prior to or after?
Is after.
Okay. So in terms of reading the sequence, do you go from the bottom of the page up?
From the bottom up.
Okay. So going now to the next message, again, November 9th, 2025, 39 UTC from Melly.Montana to that baby message. What does it say?
Dumbass ho, you so selfish and young-minded. Don't even think about what I'm going through.
Okay, and then moving on to the message from this November 9th, 2027 UTC, 2018.
Fuck ass ho, you don't. SWN, which means fuck with me anyways. You just use me like the rest to do keep all that shit ho on God, on my mama. He was on her shit.
Okay. So, continue on to the next message from Melly, Montana, and this one is at November 9th, 2027-26 UTC. And that message here from Melly, Montana again, what does this one say?
You know I don't want Fort Brown, yay, like that stupid asshole.
The next message, which is then 2027-23 UTC for the record, from, again, Melly, Montana.
Shit deeper than just bitches.
So continuing up, moving on to Friday, November 9th, 2029, 20 UTC, 2018. Message from Melly, Montana to, again, that baby. What does that one say?
You don't fuck with me anyways. I peeped it. You can slide, but God knows I wasn't in her shit. N-word will end real dumb. Breaking your shit, you spoiled everything was given to you, you bitch. You act like a N-word, oh some bitch slide. I keep Borton with cuz at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life.
Okay. So this argument continues on, so you described it. So the response to that from that baby to Melly.Montana, which is on 20/30/26, Friday, November 9th, 2018, what is her response?
Oh, I am. Stop messaging. There's nothing else to say. Still peep everything, hun, and I says it's fine.
The response from Melly.Montana on Friday, November 9th,
I try
2030.
to pre-read it to make sure
Yes.
cautious what I say. I'm gonna keep him with me. He ain't never say half the shit you said. I put you way before him at one point. He never said, none, bitch, stay away. You don't love nobody. For real, you heartless. I see it, bitch. Stay away, ho. You just want to break a N-word.
So going up to Friday, November 9th, 2031, UTC. Again, the from column, Melly, Montana. What did that message state?
I'll real deal.
And then the next one here,
But you
Sorry. No.
dropped 5
my apologies,
Oh.
sorry, at the top.
and the end. Never mind.
So then the response from that baby on Friday, November 9th at 2018, 2032-05 UTC.
She responded, "Kill me," with a question mark with some emojis that were unmutable.
Okay. So after you reviewed the Snapchat records, and you weren't able to confirm or deny anything about a Snapchat communication on October 26th, 2018, what was the next step in your investigation on, let's see, so that was October 27th, we talked about in Vero Beach. I'm going to go to October 29th of 2018. What did you do in terms of search warrants on cell phone data?
I authored 2 search warrants, one to Sprint, one to T-Mobile. One was, the Sprint one was to Deltavius Withers' cell phone, as well as one of the victims, Chris Thomas's.
Okay.
And then the other search warrant was for the phone of the defendant. as well.
Objection.
Suggestion.
For hearsay. And they had not established a predicate that it's.
So Detective Moretti, you indicated that you had done a search warrant to T-Mobile. Is that for the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
That is not also done for a 954-248-9801 number.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the correct number on the 9801?
The second time.
Okay. So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means when you transpose the digit.
When I originally authored the warrant, I on the cell phone number for Anthony Williams. I transposed the last 2 digits, so the data came back. It was wrong.
Okay. Were you able to catch that mistake and fix it?
Yes.
You make mistakes, you're a human being?
I make mistakes. I'll continue to make mistakes. Not perfect. Never said I was.
Okay. So once you, on October 29th, you analyze the cell, you do the warrants for the cell phone data.
Yes.
You did it right away like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about when you first got some of that data back.
We first, at the time, Sprint and T-Mobile were 2 separate entities. They have now since combined. We traditionally got Sprint back quicker. I think we got it back within a week. I think it took about 2 weeks for the other number, for the T-Mobile providers. So when we first got the Sprint records back, at the time, Sprint just wasn't as accurate as T-Mobile was.
Okay. In terms of, do you mean accurate or precise?
More precise. I mean, T-Mobile has the true timing advance, which at the time Sprint was using for call measurement data, but we didn't have a lot for call measurement data, which is distance and angle from the tower to the device, which is just estimated.
So when you get the Sprint data, do you have any idea of how far away a particular device may have been from the tower?
At that time, no.
In terms of what information were you able to glean from the Sprint data as to where you need to start looking for your next potential lead?
It took us out to US 27 because the cell phone for Chris Thomas hit on the tower out on US 27 near Holiday Park, and that's where we started our.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you went out to US 27, when you first got the sprint records, what did you do?
I plotted it, analyzed the data. I took us out to US 27. Detective Bertrand and I actually walked 2 miles of US 27 because we were on 27 looking for anything, short glass, spent casings. We weren't near the crime scene at that point. We tried to, we went into the mobile home park, come across some people, never heard gunfire that night, didn't see anyone out there, not the vehicles, nothing.
Okay. So in terms of about what date was this that you were out walking on US 27?
It was about the first week of November, about November 7th or 9th, something like that.
Okay. So once you obtain the T-Mobile records, how does that refocus your investigation?
It was able to dial it in a little more specific. It was able to direct us out to US 27 and Pembroke Road.
When you first get the T-Mobile records, do you go through and verify and see some of the known locations? For example, the studio.
Yes.
So in terms of the T-Mobile records, I want to draw your attention to, and if I can find this next week, I'm going to get the T-Mobile records, which are in evidence. State 63. So Detective Moretti, when you're looking at the information in the T-Mobile record, and I'm going to start by pulling up the 772-7103 record. So I'm going to publish part of States 63, which has been previously admitted into evidence. We're going to go to 205-8127 records, the timing advance LTE. So going...
This is which phone number?
772-713-9807. That's right up there at the top in tiny print.
Oh,
Okay. So I want to go down for times on this one to 3:18 a.m. At 3:18 a.m., there's a latitude and a longitude that is listed on that particular item.
yes, ma'am.
Do you, at that point, verify the studio video versus where that latitude and longitude is showing the network thinks the phone is?
It was within a block of the studio.
And has that been reduced to a map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as state quadruple M, what's been previously shown to defense counsel, all of these maps being ordered contained. Okay, Detective Moretti, I'm showing you it's been labeled as state quadruple M. Do you recognize this? Two silent.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the map, Google map of the area where the recording studio is at.
Does this Google map fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude coordinate here at 318 26.313371
Yes, ma'am.
and negative 80.138733?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state was requesting the state between M and N and state B5.
Anti-fog iron, please.
State indicated no objection. You're more than welcome.
Detective, this is dealing with cell phone analysis, correct? Yes. And primarily, can you get up? Primarily Cellhawk and Cellbright.
Two different devices. Cellbright is for the digital forensic examination of the cell phone, and Cellhawk is the platform we use to plot the actual CDRs and timing advanced records.
And how many hours have you taken in training in those two areas?
The cell phones and the
Cellhawk and the Cellbright?
probably well over 100 hours.
Okay, and have you received any certifications?
Certification from Cellhawk as well as from CASPIS, which is what the FBI uses.
And have you ever trained other officers or supervised other people in digital forensic analysis?
On digital forensic analysis, no. Cell sites, yes.
And is there a particular process you follow when you conduct a cellular forensic examination?
You mean when we take data from the cellular device? Once you
Objection outside the scope.
Detective, can I approach the book? Give you this.
Yes, sir.
You're reading merely off this chart, the latitude and longitude. Is that correct?
correct.
You don't know how this was printed. In other words, how they determined the latitude and longitude.
How T-Mobile?
Yes.
No, I do not know how they produce it.
I renew my objection.
Anything else?
No, no.
The objection is overruled. Proceed.
So, Detective Moretti at this point, Your Honor, state would offer state quadruple M and state 85.
Any additional objections, counsel?
No, sir.
Objection is overruled.
States quadruple, anything else, states 80.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You may.
And so Detective Moretti, this is it. I have the back of it shows the latitude and longitude on here, but that covers up quite a bit of the map. So after you have an opportunity to publish this, I'm going to switch it to the other side, which then just has the indication of the marker.
Okay, it's fine now.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that's previously been testified as 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. Where was that determined to be on this map? And you can, okay, is it drawing on there?
I'll get it.
And so did you personally go out to that location at various times during the course of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. So I want to go forward now. After you looked at that particular coordinate, I want to go to 335. Which is on this particular CDR, again, states 63 previously in evidence line 127 of the 772-713-9807.
Yes, sir.
And previously shown to the defense counsel, marked as state quadruple N.
I will ask one question. Okay. With the court's permission, can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
You're merely reading off this bill or this chart, correct?
Correct, sir.
You don't know how it was derived.
Yes, sir.
Same objection.
So, Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state quadruple N for identification purposes only.
They recognize.
And then going back to the state quadruple N, fairly and accurately depicts the latitude of 26.116584 and the latitude of negative 80.324128.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, and does this fairly and accurately depict the location of that on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would move state quadruple N, state 86.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection, no, it's overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple N will be my states 86.
Detective Moretti, again showing you first the coordinates with the latitude and longitude. And if, once you're able to kind of familiarize yourself with that, I will flip it over to the other side.
You can flip it.
Okay. And here on state 86, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the whole camera is in the express lanes in this photo approximately? And Detective Moretti, did you obtain camera footage from the Department of Transportation to cover this time of 3:35 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to continue forward now in your investigation to 3:47 a.m. Line 136 on this particular CDR of 772-713-9807.
What line? 136, you said?
136. Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as states quadruple O for identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quadruple O?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states quadruple O fairly and accurately depict the latitude of 25.977994 and the longitude of negative 80.374577 as depicted on line 136?
Correct.
At this time, the state would request to move state quadruple O in and publish.
Any objection?
Same, may I ask the same question?
Go ahead.
You're just reading from that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how it was created.
Thank you.
Objection.
Objection, no, it's overruled.
Okay, so publishing what is now states 87. Trevor? 87?
87.
87.
Quadruple O will be marked states 87.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the location of this particular pin or GPS marker. Are you familiar with this city it's in?
This is in the city of Miramar. This is Miramar Parkway and 172 Avenue.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over on the other side. Is there a fast food establishment located at the corner of 172nd Avenue and Miramar Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by circling it? And in terms of the photos that were previously introduced as states 82, are those from that same account?
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go forward during your investigation and go to what time has been listed as 3:53 a.m. That is line 145 of the 772-713-9807 CDR for defense counsel, showing what's been previously marked as states quadruple P and shown to defense counsel prior to this afternoon's court session. Detective Moretti, do you recognize states quadruple P?
Yes, it's High Boulevard.
And does the latitude and longitude of 26.007627 and negative 80.411552 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude on line 145 of the CDR in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence as state quadruple P with page 88.
Any objection?
Same objection. I would be asking the same questions, which we all know would be his answers.
Any objection, no, it's over. It'll be admitted.
Okay.
Each quadruple fee mark states 87, 88.
88. Thank you. So publishing state 88. Detective Moretti, in terms of the location that we are looking at right here, where is this, once you have this GPS pin?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the other side. Again, the same map, just without the details on it.
You want me to identify the Montessori school or just identify the GPS coordinates?
You read my mind. The Montessori Academy, please. Did you obtain video from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here, at this time, the state would request to publish what's been previously admitted into evidence as state 80. 82.
So which is 80 or 80?
82. That's
Yes, it's in evidence.
yeah. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the other computer and work a little bit better. Detective Reddy, is this the footage you obtained from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so starting at 3:52, or 3:53, apologies, I'm going to publish from 3:53 through 4:20. Guys, do you need to go in? Detective Reddy, based on your familiarity with this area and this location, the video that says U.S. Tower East View, what direction, cardinal direction does it face?
It's facing towards the east, capturing vehicles going westbound.
Okay. And the bottom, the U.S. West parking, what road is it facing in what direction?
It is still facing Pines Boulevard. It's facing west. It would actually capture vehicles going east and west, but it's more focused on vehicles going eastbound.
Okay. And so when you say more focused on vehicles going eastbound, you mean closer to the camera would be that stuff?
Yes, closer to the end.
Detective Reddy, in reviewing this footage at 4:06, was there a dark colored vehicle traveling westbound?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a red vehicle traveling westbound in connection with
East or west, no red vehicle was found.
that was at 3:53 as well?
353 as well as 406, there was just the one solo vehicle traveling by itself.
Includes publishing through 4/20 a.m. So going back to our 772-713-9807 CDR. You had just talked about 3:53 a.m. in line 145. I want to skip ahead to 406, and we'll come back to 403 in just a minute. So 406 is here in line 156. It's been labeled as state quadruple Q for identification purposes, previously noted by the council. Detective Marty, I'm showing you it's been marked as state's triple Q for identification purposes only. Straight state's triple Q, what is that?
This is Pines Boulevard and 196 Avenue.
Okay. So the latitude and longitude reflected on state triple Q, 26.010021 and negative 80.4088939.
Yes, ma'am.
Accurately reflect the line 156 of the CDR we've been looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that point on the map accurately and clearly depict where that location is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state's
quadruple Q in as states 89.
Any objection?
I know it's shocking, but there's no objection.
Noted overly.
And permission to publish? Okay, and Detective, this is a 4:06 a.m. If you would be so kind as to show the Montessori Academy again. So I want to go back now to 4:03 a.m., which is highlighted in line 154 of this CDR, or a timing advance from T-Mobile for 772-713-9807. Do you know how the environment data is done on this CDR?
Are you asking how T-Mobile produces it?
Yes.
Basically, it's from what it's determining or it's interpreting the location of the phone based upon its environment. And it either says mobile, outdoor stationary.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
We don't form any opinion about it, allow anyone to investigation, but it's written about research, about that on here. Thank you. Sure, we're in recess for a minute. Mr. Devon, need a restroom break?
Yes, sir.
Range up one, thank you. We're in recess. The attorneys, the witnesses on stand, and the jury's in the jury room. So, Counsel, why don't you go step by step and just explain to me what we're doing?
Sure. What I have also is an additional item from State 63 on the screen, Your Honor. This is the definitions page provided by T-Mobile and was introduced as part of the records in this case, where it explains exactly what each column means. And then here, for example, column 5, environment, indicates whether the call was determined to be indoor, mobile, or outdoor stationary.
So, as to what the witness is going to say about the new coordinates here, I think you said it was at 4:03 a.m. on phone 9807, last 4 digits.
Yes, sir.
And at that location, where is this going to be at?
That location is going to be at Pembroke Road in US 27,
And
approximately 100 meters, 100 feet.
The 9807 number was 400 feet from the crime scene, and Anthony Williams' phone was 100 meters from the scene.
And you're saying that, going back to the first exhibit you had on the location there, you started saying that the one of these lines, it basically indicates,
Yes, Your Honor.
under environment, line 5.
154, which is the coordinate that I just showed you, what's been marked as states quadruple R for identification, Pembroke Road in US 27. That is the outdoor stationary notification that the T-Mobile network is saying as to the location of the phone.
Thank you. And your objection is?
Our objection is that the FBI agent Brendan Collins testified that not only can he not give an accurate location, but cannot tell and does not use the environment as absolutely unreliable. And the reason they brought in the FBI agent, so the court knows later down the line, enlisted him and brought him in late in the case, several years, I believe, later, is because they realized that the individual, specifically this detective, was not qualified to testify to the items that the state is now inquiring. And that was the sole purpose of adding him late in the game and making us take his deposition rather late in the game. I mean, that's what the FBI agent testified to. The environment is absolutely unreliable. He doesn't even know how it works. And they never, ever used it in any jurisdiction that the FBI is working on. And the mere fact that that prints, whatever it prints, means nothing.
Judge, can I ask you 5 minutes just to find in the transcript where he did it so I can direct the court directly where the FBI agent testified, not only on trial?
Right ahead.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess during that period of time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, is there anything else you want to share with me, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor, not this one.
All right, so we'll be in recess. You show me what you were talking about in the transcript of the Brennan.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel.
Judge, not specifically on that point. I know I did ask if the court wants to see from the deposition transcript. That question was very clearly asked as when
I've got a note here that when Agent Brennan Collins from the FBI testified, he did indicate that he said he testifies to records are consistent with time and date are critical. He goes on a host of things that he discussed, but when it came to environmental issues, he said it can affect the calculation meters, not miles. Small deviation.
Your Honor, I think that was in regards to foliage, meteorological issues and things like that. That was the environment. In terms of this particular environment data column, my recollection is that this was not asked on cross by Ms. Liberty, but that he said he does not rely upon this in doing his calculations. However, you could look at other collateral sources and corroborate whether this was or was not accurate.
The mere fact that this is burden shifting. The burden is on the proponent of the evidence to establish its authenticity and that it is what it purports to be. The mere fact that the state is saying that the defense hasn't shown that it's not reliable is in fact an admission that the state has not shown that it is. And the only evidence that they're pointing to is a hearsay out-of-court statement by somebody at T-Mobile purporting to describe how it works and not even giving any indication as to the reliability of that that is pertinent to our objection here, which is how are you telling whether the person is inside or outside? I have one of these apps to track my daughter's movement. She's 2 blocks down the road at her friend. It's saying that she's at the house. So this whole notion, one, that it is precise, and two, that it is held with specificity and reliability sufficient for a jury to rely upon in a murder case, that you are inside or outside when they have no expert laying that predicate. And it is required of them to do so before attempting through this witness to muscling that information under the guise of it being accurate when it in fact is not. And if they had a witness who could establish that it was, one, they should find that witness, and two, they should present it before trying to present this information. They can't just say, well, the T-Mobile records say it, because one, it doesn't say it, and two, even if it did say it, it does not establish its reliability.
All done?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, respectfully, I don't really objection. It appears to me that that's all part of the cross-examination. This is all part of the document. It's in evidence. The document says what it says. And so, objections on its own. Can we get the jury back in?
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Record once again reflects the presence of our jury, the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the state attorney, will witness remains on stand. Counsel, if you will proceed, please.
Thank you. Okay. So, Detective Marty, we're now going to line 154, and that is at 4:03 a.m., 10/26/2018. We're talking briefly about the environment column on line 154, the environment column under D. What does it say?
Outdoor stationary.
So I'm now approaching with what's been marked as state quadruple R for identification purposes, previously shown to be defense. Good. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does state quadruple R really and accurately depict the latitude and longitude here on line 154 at 25.993063 and negative 80.428081?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an accurate location as to where that GPS point is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence state quadruple R as state 90.
Any objection on previously raised?
Not previously raised.
Thank you. Objection is overruled.
Yeah.
It'll be admitted.
R, the mark states 90.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go here in publishing states 90. Once you have your bearings on this, point from the 9807 phone, I'm going to switch over to the other side, at 4:03 a.m. What area does this depict?
This is the actual crime scene on US 27 and Pembroke Road.
And approximately where along Pembroke Road on this map were those casings discovered?
It was on the south side of the road, about 820 meters from US 27. 820 feet from US 27, and approximately where the GPS coordinate is at.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the next point in the map. With home. So going forward now to 4:42 a.m. That is line 185 for defense counsel, showing what's been previously marked as state quadruple S, shown to defense counsel prior, for identification purposes only. Showing you state quadruple S for identification. Detective Marty, do you recognize that?
It is Pembroke Road and Southwest 178 Avenue, which is in our jurisdiction of Miramar.
Does the latitude of 25.9873 and longitude of negative 80.386462 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude from line 185 of the 772-713-9807 cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple S in and publish for the jury.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
states quadruple S will be marked states 91.
Okay. So Detective Marty first showing with the information on the back. And then publishing on just the point. So Detective Marty, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Southwest 178th Avenue, south of Pembroke Road?
It's a subdevelopment. It's called Silver Lakes within City of Miramar.
Okay.
Area we're looking at is south of Pembroke Road.
And you said it's a development. Is that commercial or residential?
Residential development.
And so this was 442 a.m. Going forward and showing up been marked as state quadruple T, and previously shown to defense counsel on that for identification purposes only, as well as approaching the state's 71. Let me show defense counsel on state 71. State 71, page 20. First, showing you as part of State 71, page 20. In blue, there is an address in that message. Can you read that address aloud?
3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida 3302.
And in terms of showing you now what's been marked as state quadruple T, for identification purposes only. Show you all of the exhibit first, and then ask a couple questions. So Detective Moretti, I'm going to go forward now to 8:46 a.m. which is reflected on line 315 of this CDR. The states have been marked for identification as space quadruple T, fairly and accurately identify the latitude and longitude of 25.977759 and negative 80.405479 on the blue dot.
Yes, ma'am.
The states what's been marked as for identification as state quadruple T, fairly and accurately identify the location of 3220 Southwest 197th Avenue, Miramar, Florida, on that map.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those fairly and accurately depict those locations in Miramar, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple T, states 92.
Any objection? Same objection. Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple T will be marked states 92.
I'm going to take back states 71 again. And publishing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the address that you just read aloud. And Detective Marty, if you'd be so kind as to say the date and time that address and message were sent and read.
It was read, sent on 4:45, 4:46 a.m. and actually Okay, it was sent on 10/26/2018 at 4:46 a.m. and it was read on 4:50 a.m.
Okay. So now going to states 92. First showing that same address. And so it's clear for the record, the address on this map is indicated by what color pinpoint?
Green.
Okay. Going now to the latitude and longitude that we previously discussed.
And it is blue.
I'm going to take in without the okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Approximately how far apart are they?
They're about maybe less than a mile apart.
No. After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's. There was a video from the Monastery School. We're on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
It was much to our surprise that those cameras do not record.
And so the initial date when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was the 9th of November.
Okay. So after November 9th, you obtained the Montessori school footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to getting those T-Mobile records, did you have any indication that Pines Boulevard was an area where you should be looking for video surveillance?
Prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. Travel in the middle of the night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps. It's a very desolate place in the middle of the Everglades.
In terms of when you were getting there on the west side of US 27, what terrain features are there?
The west side of US 27 is a canal that runs north and south, and that is marshy, swamp areas.
Okay. To get on going now, describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 208th Avenue. Where does that road run?
It runs north and south. It connects Pembroke Road to Pines Boulevard. However, on each side, north and south, there is a gate that prohibits any travel.
Do you know what is located on that street as to why it is?
The Fire Training Academy is located up there.
And what jurisdiction is between Pines and Pembroke Road?
Their jurisdiction, Pembroke Pines jurisdiction starts in the middle of Pembroke Road. We have the south side of Pembroke Road, they have the north side of Pembroke Road, and the line in between, the yellow line in between divides our two cities.
Okay. So now you talked about, so on US 27 going down from west to east on Pembroke Road. What's on either side of the road?
On Pembroke Road, it's marshy, swamp area, there's absolutely nothing there.
When you get to the far eastern edge of Pembroke Road, when you access it from US 27, is that open to the public?
No, it's a closed area just because of the waste management dump out there. And it doesn't even connect all the way through. It goes maybe another quarter mile in, and then it's the entrance to the dump, and that's it.
Is there a gate at the entrance to the waste management facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an additional gate at the far western end of Pembroke Road? I'm sorry, the eastern end of the western part.
Yes.
Would it be more helpful if I showed you a map to describe these?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel when previously marked as states what you can do. Detective Hardy, I'm showing what has been previously marked as states quadruple U. So don't press security steps. Do you recognize that map?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the geographical location you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple U in as state 93.
Any objection? No. It's submitted. What's the number, Rose?
93.
Thank you.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm going to put this up here to publish. And so we're going to start over here on US 27. Could you indicate on the map up ahead, and you can either use your finger or you want to go really old school with a pointer. Take your pick.
If I use the pointer.
Could you indicate that canal that you indicated on the west side of US 27?
You're going north and south, running parallel with US 27 canal, right?
Okay, so I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'm going now to show the 208th Avenue. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the gate is on the south end of 208th Avenue?
There's a gate right here.
Okay. And will you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road as to where traffic is stopped?
Repeat that again?
Can you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road?
Where about?
And in terms of the waste management facility, is that indicated and shown on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
Right where it says waste management.
And in terms of the access to that, is there a gate for there as well? Sorry, move it up.
It's actually,
We just learned that if you touch on that screen, it works too. Okay, Detective Marty, if you resume your seat. Detective, did you have an opportunity with the Brown Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit to travel from the studio at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue
yes, ma'am.
to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27 via helicopter?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video of that flight pattern?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the points of travel that you referred to from the call and tell records and the timing events that they found?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also want to talk about, did you have an occasion at approximately 3:20 in the morning
to go to 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in a beach ball.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then travel from that location across 595 to I-75 Miramar Parkway and then out to the location of Plymouth Road in US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that filmed with video to fairly accurately show the conditions at 4 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as quadruple J for aviation and state quadruple K for the nighttime traffic. Captain Ray, approaching and showing you has been previously marked for identification purposes only. State quadruple J and quadruple K. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, my initials and badge numbers on.
Did you have an opportunity to review those before you came in here to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the flight from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue to the location, and as well as the dark condition driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move in state quadruple J and state quadruple K at states 94 and 5.
May I ask one or two questions?
Yes.
We do it from here. Sure. Get it fired. What day did you do the helicopter trip?
About a month ago. I don't have the exact date. It would be on the video.
I'm sorry, a month ago?
About a month ago, sir.
2023?
Yes, sir.
So that would be June of 23,
Yes, sir.
while we were in trial,
No, it was before the trial started.
picking a jury.
I don't know, sir.
Okay, June of 23.
No, this is strange, so my thoughts, objection.
Well, it's to the predicate. I'm sorry, Judge.
No problem. Two of us can't cover one time. In any event, proceed, Counsel.
The nighttime driving at 3:20, you said,
321, yes, sir.
what day did you do that?
It's probably about maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
So that would have been in
Maybe April.
April of 23?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at any of the conditions, whether or not there were any accidents in 19, 18 when this occurred?
No, sir.
Did you look at whether or not the weather conditions were the same as when you went out in June and April of this year?
No, sir.
Objection on predicate, foundation and relevancy.
Done? Are you done?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Can I see sidewalk, please?
Detective Moretti, I want to go back in terms of the weather conditions of October of 26th of 2018. Do you recall in terms of, are there any storms?
There's no storms there.
And how do you know?
Because we were outside most of the day.
Okay. And when you did the drive at nighttime, is there anything that would help refresh your recollection as to exactly when that was done?
We did the video, actually.
Okay.
The video should have a timestamp on it, as well as I think I produced a timeline for you as well. Then a report from the crime scene technician who filmed it,
Okay. And that was with
Miss Carroll.
And do you have notes as to the time frame in which you did that video with you today? Or is that reflected in a report?
I'm not sure if I have those notes with me again.
Okay. So let me go ahead and what I can do is I can show you the video if you could offer the computer here. Did you select a time and date to do the video so it would be the same in terms of the
We,
daylight savings time and the lighting conditions on that day?
we did it at the same exact time as the incident.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you the thing that is marked for identification as states applicable pay. And looking on the date of the video creation, is that refresh your recollection as to when it was done?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that done?
As March 10th, 2022 at 3 a.m.
And in terms of the weather conditions on March of 2022, were they the same or substantially similar to that of October 26th of 2018?
Substantially similar.
In terms of the lighting conditions, were they the same or substantially similar at the locations at US 27 as they were in 2018?
Substantially similar.
Have there been any additional lighting or street lights installed?
No, no.
Have there been any removed from the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
No, ma'am.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict how US 27 and Pembroke Road looked in both 2022 as well as 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any development?
No, ma'am.
Any additional buildings?
No, ma'am.
Any additional businesses or anything for that?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would renew the state's motion to move in state's quadruple K into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, same objection.
Objection, no, it's overruled.
Okay, and then with regards to state's quadruple, I'm sorry, that was state's quadruple K.
Excuse me one second. What's the exhibit going to be? Okay. Quadruple K, I'm sorry.
Quadruple K will be states 94.
94 and ever.
And with regards to state's quadruple J, you want to click that one now? Have you previously looked at these?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the lighting conditions in state's quadruple J. I'm sorry, state's quadruple K. Try this, I think I mixed them up. Hold on.
Excuse me one second, guys. Can you show the exhibits to Travis, both of them, wherever's written on it?
Did put the numbers on them, show them the thing, put down. Was that state's quadruple J? Actually, did I just publish the nighttime drive? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So correct date, please.
So states quadruple
J.
J will be states 94.
Thank you.
So showing how
Excuse me, is that the flyby or the drive-by?
drive.
Drive.
So in looking at what has been marked now as state quadruple K for identification, is the lighting conditions the same
No, ma'am.
in terms of being able to accurately show the path of travel as determined? Is this the most efficient way of doing it
Objection leading.
Sustained.
in terms of doing this on a nighttime drive on that? Were there changed road conditions?
The reason we filmed this during the day was because of the lighting conditions, makes it more visible. The recording studio is no longer there. When we did the actual nighttime drive, there was construction on 595 and 95, so we had to divert. We didn't divert. We had to extend the recording a little bit. So
in terms of the recording that is in right now is states 94 from the exit of near North Parkway and I-75 to Pembroke Road and US 27. Is that fairly inaccurate?
yes, that's yeah.
So in terms of showing the actual road travel, how does the flyover show that better than trying to drive?
It's a more accurate depiction because it's at night. You can see it a lot easier. The construction is no longer on 95 and 595, so it clearly depicts the path that was taken that night.
Was there construction on October 26th of 2018 on those areas?
Not to my knowledge.
Here, at this time, the state would renew its motion to put state's quadruple K in as state's 95.
Objection on relevancy, predicate, foundation.
Any objections? Notice overruled. Will be admitted.
State's quadruple K would be state's 95.
95. Perfect. Okay. So I would start with publishing state 95. So Detective Reddy, if you could please point out what we are looking at here first. And the lights, please, Travis.
Right here is the where the recording studio used to be.
And so at the top of the screen, is there a compass which indicates the heading?
Yes, right here. And then this is Flagler Street, which goes up to Sunrise Boulevard. Then this is Sunrise here. Make a left, which then would head west on Sunrise Boulevard. Take Sunrise west to 95. On the
Detective Reddy, when you did the drive of this, it took approximately how many minutes to get from the studio to Miramar Parkway?
probably about 20 minutes, 20.10 minutes, like that. This is the 95 ramp here.
And so which direction is the helicopter that you're in traveling now?
We are moving south now.
Get to Broward Boulevard at that exit leading to Keith.
We took 95 down to 595.
Understood. And just for purposes of keeping references to where it is, are you from Broward Boulevard and other locations? Was that Broward that was just passed?
I believe so. There.
So where is the helicopter traveling now at this point?
We are turning west onto 595. That would be the turnpike entrance. Still on 595 heading west.
I'm just curious to indicate which road when you're on the big screen so everybody can see which road we're following.
We're still on 595.
And Detective Ray, I think the next thing I'm going to ask you to indicate collision motor is when the express lane toll booth is shown that we watched the footage from earlier.
We're going to be closer to 75.
Detective Ray, I'm going to ask you back to your Air Force days. What is an airspeed of 100 knots translate to?
I didn't fly to military now. If you look to the right, it has the miles per hour.
Thank you.
Passing hiatus coming up the Flamingo. It's up to 136. And that would be the
Southwest 136 right there, or, I'm sorry.
Well, it's 136 right here, and then there's the Sun Pass.
Uh-huh.
and then we'll be turning south on I-75 heading south.
Just you can indicate which road on this would be that direction. Right, it's on a little small for me. When it gets to, I think, 16 minutes, I'll pause it and switch to the other view.
Let me just pass Sheridan Street. It's Pine Boulevard.
Recommend what is the exit just before Miramar Parkway?
Pine Boulevard. Where is it near my property?
Okay, and then is that 1507 in the document at 15?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm gonna let it continue on until 1530. Now published in States 94. Travis, that's the other light as well.
Is that exhibit 94 and 95?
94.
94?
So Detective Marty, you guys explain where this video picks up.
We are right now on the off ramp to enter onto Miramar Parkway from I-75. We are now on Miramar Parkway, heading west, approaching Southwest 160th Avenue, which is also known as the Dykes Road.
And to the right of the screen, what direction is that cardinal direction?
To the right of the screen, that would be we're traveling west now, so to the right would be the north.
Okay. And if you could, when you get to the Puerto Tropical, you could identify that.
Chili's just past there. Should be coming up to a Target. That was the entrance to Regional Park, which is on the right side. We're still heading west. There's the Puerto Tropical right there. Gas station, we should be coming up to Southwest 172nd Avenue, which is the McDonald's.
If you go north on Southwest 172nd Avenue, what is located at Southwest 172nd Avenue and Pembroke Road?
That would be the hospital, Memorial Hospital.
You could indicate again when you get to 184th, with the end of the walking, I believe you testified to by the officer in your mark.
Yes. This is 178, which is Silver Lakes, Southwest 178 Avenue. The next light you see, the green light, is Southwest 184th Avenue.
To get to the entrance at 40th Street for Sunset Lakes, the guard gate, which way would you turn at 184th?
You would make a left, and you would head south on 184th.
turn right on 184th.
You head north into Turner Pines.
On Miramar Parkway, does it connect through to US 27?
No. This is 184th right here. Right, which is heading north.
During the time of this video, are you operating the vehicle?
I am driving and Miss Carroll is recording in the passenger seat.
Are you observing posted speed limits?
Yes.
Are you purposely driving slower than the speed limit?
I'm driving exactly. I'm driving exactly at the speed limit.
No.
We're coming up the Pembroke Road.
Does Pembroke Road connect through if you turn left there to US 27?
No. The red lights we're approaching is Hines Boulevard.
Pines Boulevard connect to US 27.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the next road? Let me rephrase. Is there another road in Broward County south of Pines Boulevard that connects to US 27?
No, ma'am. We now turn left, which is heading west on Hines Boulevard.
When the Montessori Academy is on the left, which is what I just indicated.
This would be the Montessori School.
Okay.
He was 27. We will make a left heading south. Coming up Pembroke Road.
Are you traffic light at Pembroke Road?
No. Left-hand turn, which will be east on Pembroke Road. This is Pembroke Road.
Approximately what time of the morning is this that you're doing video that night?
We're here approximately at around 4 a.m.
How many times have you been out to this location before you did this drive?
Several times.
What vehicle was past you?
That is a waste management vehicle going out to the dump. I would turn it around.
Is there a particular reason you chose that spot to turn around?
That was the approximate crime scene location.
As we turn here on 27, you're allowed to submit this illogical place to break.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, turn on the lights, please. Thank you. I made a joke after 5, so my colleagues will break through the case. Remember, the evidence, we will not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the president. Serving no research, just leaving no heads on your chair, just see us bring it back tomorrow at 9. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant, and the witness remains on stand. Anything for this witness tonight?
Then, the check ready, I cannot contact you, if you can anyway, if you need emergency, please contact me in my office, or we did it today.
Thank you. We haven't discussed outside the presence of this witness.
Sure. You said that. Come on, my man.
Hey, Dan. Dan.
All right, so all right, we'll just step down. Council, what do you want to discuss?
We need the assistance of the state to bring back Special Agent Collins when the state rests. We never anticipated that this witness would be qualified, able to testify to the ordinance or any of that, which is contra to everything that the FBI agent testified to in his deposition, and what have you. There's additional items to go through. In order for us to subpoena him, we have to go through the Justice Department, as the court probably knows, because we're defense attorneys and they're not that quick to respond to us, and we have to fill out paperwork and get permission. Since the state has called him, we would ask the state's assistance to get him in when and if we put on a case.
And my understanding is Special Agent Collins was on a TDY, that was the information.
What?
A TDY, which is my understanding sort of training deployment. And will be out of the country for the entire month of July. That's why I had to rush to call him so early in the case. He's getting pushed back, delayed for the start date, so he would be available last week if I needed to put him back as far as that, I think, but I don't believe he's in the country.
It's June.
It's July.
Oh, it's July.
Council, if you could just verify whatever it is, and then, speak to. Sorry, yes, sir?
I said if they would assist us and let us know if he's available, fine. If not,
I'm not available next week.
So can you do that, check into that?
So I would say emailed him on a different issue, and he has not responded. So I don't believe he has access to the email. That's the only way I can get in contact. So I'm happy to try and assist on that.
Thank you.
But the defense still has to do the proper procedures before you be able to testify.
You're gonna make some inquiries, and you'll speak to, Councilman Bailstein and his, cohorts.
In terms of the defense doing the proper procedures, Your Honor, that is a procedure that takes several weeks, if not months. So that's not feasible. That's why we're asking for the state's assistance in bringing it back. So there's a piece we have to jump through that happens here in September.
Thank you.
A one-page letter that has to be written on.
I don't know what it is, Council, but you said you're gonna make inquiry, and that's why I'm asking you to do, to contact them, and we'll, once we find out where it's located, what is the next order of business. So, how much more do you have of this witness, Council?
A lot.
So, are you gonna be on direct for the rest of the day as well?
I think we might start. We might start off. So there's, a lot of messaging and phone data to go through on the list.
You're gonna be most of the day tomorrow, you think, when you're direct. And you have a substantial amount to go over, like Ross?
I would think so at this point. If they're going to take most of the day, I would ask that we not start crossing the problem.
And, we'll see what time of break, what time it is. I don't guarantee anything, but.
No, I understand. I understand. But
On, after Detective Moretti, state intend to call any other witnesses.
Not this time around.
So,
Yeah, except that might change, but
understood, so right now it's Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday, during most of the day Tuesday, council think, if he gets to them, tomorrow or not, he'll take at least half a day Wednesday, is that about right, Mr. Edison?
yes, sir.
So, assuming you don't call any more witnesses, the state would be resting, then you'd be prepared to bring some witnesses in either Wednesday afternoon or Thursday, depending on how it goes. Is that right, Mr. Davidson?
I have to confer with co-counsel. I can't answer that right at this moment.
I'm just trying to get
an idea.
So you're prepared to go ahead. That's the way it sounds like to me. Am I correct, Ms. Bradley?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're talking about sometime, this week you'd be calling witnesses.
The only issue on that is we had a deposition. The first part of the deposition of the defense's witness, Larry Daniel, was done on last week. Then we had agreed and came before Your Honor on Friday morning to bifurcate that deposition, and we agreed to do it on Saturday. I then entered a court reporter at 5 p.m. on Saturday at the request, and Catherine's Liberty had acknowledged she would produce the witness at 5 o'clock. However, then at 4:57, I got an email from Mr. Howard indicating that they were no longer going to be having an expert introducing their expert. So I'm going to have to need some sort of court intervention to make sure that that deposition happens in a timely fashion.
Mayor,
For Senator Scott, are you still intending on calling Mr. Daniel?
We do intend to call Mr. Daniel. We do not intend to call Mr. Daniel to address the subject matter for which the state wants to further depose him. It's outside the scope of what he's being called for. And so we're not making him available for them to put him to task to review what the state would have him review that's unrelated to the testimony in its entirety. So remember,
I don't understand. I thought he was an expert originally in cell-right, and then he was switched over to Fitbit or something along these lines.
that to odometer versus cell. What the state is asking him to, the witness to do, is to go and review some Cellbrite information and cell tower information so that the state can inquire of him on that subject, not regarding the odometer test. And so we're not making him available for the state to go exploring and putting him to task. He's on our dime.
So he's going to testify as an expert regarding Fitbit.
If he testifies at all, that would be the predominant. That would be the scope of his testimony.
Have you deposed him on that issue?
No, Your Honor. That was what the expert said. He needed the data from Celebrate to look at the activity data because the information that was sent to him by Ms. Liberty was corrupted. So then I helped out and sent him a brand new copy of the cell phone download so that he could review it. I am still trying to ask him questions specifically on the activity and location data that is found in the phone. And for most of the answers to the questions were things to the effect of, well, don't quote me on that, I have to check my notes. He was doing it from the side of the road in a car, so he has to go back and check his notes. He also, they had not yet provided me these screenshots that he had sent in the first part of the demo that he had said he had used. I'm just asking to have the information that you guys have a witness answer questions after he's reviewed everything. Because that's the state's deposition of the defense witness. And a deposition is wide latitude in the areas that you can cover, questions that you can ask. On that, the state wants to make sure we are prepared in whatever area he is trying to answer questions, and if we need to file a doubt. So the state needs to complete the deposition, and we were prepared and ready to do so on Saturday before it was canceled 3 minutes before it was set to start.
She's not actually forthcoming, Judge. She had actually asked if we could do it on Sunday. Mr. Daniel said he was not willing to work on the Sabbath. It was something that he teaches on Friday. We explained to the state he teaches. He was actually traveling. I was trying to get this done so he could be in his house and do the notes. I offered him up Tuesday or Wednesday evening. I know Mr. Howard Joe has filed a motion on pedometers. I don't know if we need to argue that motion before we even determine, because if he's successful on his motion, I don't think we need to have the deposition. So I would ask that we have time to argue this motion maybe tomorrow morning.
So with regards to that, I would be prepared to argue the motion until I finish fleshing out their expert on that. So I need to have to do everything in order.
That's awesome. The basis of my motion is authentication concerning the state's introduction of the evidence and what is required in order for them to introduce the evidence in the first instance. Our witness would be there to rebut the evidence that is being presented by the state. And so inquiry of the expert, the defense expert, does not address or even implicate the question of whether or not the state has satisfactory laid a foundation on authentication for admission of the evidence in the first instance. So this liberty is correct to the extent that we could obviate the need for any deposition if the court views the motion and rules favorably in defense position.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
So let's do this. Take everything one at a time. Council's asked to take the deposition of your expert. She hasn't deposed the expert yet, the way I understand it. So let's get the deposition done. I don't know where you would intend to call that witness, but you make them available. Work it out. What's good for you, Madam State?
So I could do potentially Wednesday after court.
Is that good for you?
That's
Can you check with your witness?
That's one of the dates I offered her original judge, yes.
So that's good. Set it for Wednesday after, all right? And then you take a look at your thing. I haven't seen the motion yet. The motion was filed.
It was filed at a late hour last night, but it
Haven't seen it. So,
hope you enjoyed.
pardon me?
I hope you enjoyed the effort.
I have no problem taking a look at it. You don't have a hard copy there, do you?
I actually do. I'll pass it up.
By the timing of files, I can check my email. It's a late hour.
Around before 11 p.m., I want to say 10:26.
Oh,
There's a problem sometimes where they don't, the clerk's office, even though it's filed, it doesn't show up on the clerk's system right away. I don't know why or what it is, but
There's a delay, and
There's some
a lot of
delay.
cases.
I'm asleep at that hour. I'm an old judge. I wouldn't know, even if it was filed.
why are you telling us something we already know?
She's, yes.
I gotta get some levity in the courtroom somehow.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I think it's the mere fact that filing shows such deficiencies in technology even in 2023 kind of goes to the heart of the motion. So, that was it.
Anything else to talk about, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
No?
I just want you to be aware today, when I did make the objection, we did not have the full transcript of Brandon Collins, and I don't want you to be annoyed if I bring it up again tomorrow once I get the cross-examination. Just if I.
No problem.
Have a lovely
Good night.
No.